All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to a brand new attempt of Wilderness Survival Permadeath here in Vintage Story. Now, I think it's attempt 28, but we're going to be doing something very different for this playthrough this time. This time around, we are going to be having a seafaring world where we generate a whole bunch of island chains, right? And sailing becomes a necessary component of the meta for traveling and getting things done. It turns out there were a lot more story locations left for me to actually do, a lot more. We were maybe about halfway through the story, even after doing the Lazaret and the Resonance archive, possibly less than halfway. So we now need to, the beautiful part about this series is it necessitates new rules. I'm going to need a map. You can't do seafaring without a map, right? On top of that, I'm also going to be able to use the boat. Right, the sailboat. I won't need to rely exclusively on the elk anymore. You can actually put the elk into your boat, but the boat is going to be what we use to cover most of the distance between us and our intended quest destination. Right? So, howdy de facto, howdy buddy, it's good to see you. How have you been? All right, VSPD 28. So let's customize the settings of the world here. We're going to have one life. And then survival challenges, prevent liquid source. Turned off. So soil will not cave in. Water can be transported through buckets. We're going to have microblock chiseling on most cubic blocks with a world map, which is color accurate. And coordinate overlay, we will enable that as well for simplified travel and exploration. And then I have a bookmark right here for how to use these settings. Where is it? Okay, maybe I didn't bookmark it, but I can find it again pretty easily. Vintage Story Continents. Something like that. Yeah, ocean with continents, this one. Okay, so 40% land cover scale. Wait, 40% land cover, okay. And then 75% landform scale. How do you, what? I must be reading this wrong, hang on, what? 40% land cover scale. Oh, that's land cover. Okay, land cover is 40%. Land cover scale is 75%. And then landform scale is 120%. So that should create large island continents that we can sail to and discover. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. Land cover 40, scale 75, landform scale 120. That's perfect. All right, let's disable class exclusive recipes. We're now going to have island continents. Damn straight, I'm okay de facto. Oh, I'm locked out of my bank account, which is pretty annoying. Not locked out of it, but there's this problem with Wise. Wise is kind of like a bank account where your money gets deposited there, and then you can convert it to other types of currencies. I had it linked with my other bank account from Canada, but it keeps on unlinking and causing all sorts of problems. But hopefully it's a short-lived problem, because pretty soon I'll be verified for checks, like intermediary Czech citizenship, and I'll be able to get a bank. I'll get the equivalent of a SIN number. Yeah. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready to hop in. So this is VSPD 28, Island World. Yes, buddy. Okay, so yeah, we have everything the way it needs to be. Yeah, everything's ready. All right, let's hop in. It must be pretty late for you, de facto. What time is it for you, buddy? Okay. Orphan. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. So I'm trying something, well, many things new in this series, but one thing chiefly is that I actually have my render distance really far. Yeah, I have my render distance, my view distance maxed out. I found a whole bunch of optimization tweaks to try and make it so that I could do it. Some of those involved like NVIDIA control panel and stuff. So we might get to enjoy a maximized render distance here. Although I'm getting some little like input lag, but that might, yeah, like sometimes I destroy a block and it breaks weird, but I think that's because the world is still loading. So we're just gonna let the terrain continue loading. I'm gonna keep on gathering stuff and it might level out after a bit. This is conglomerate stone. Yeah, see that? We broke the stone and it kind of lingered for a minute. All right. We can always lower it if it doesn't work out, but I do want to try to have it higher. Just for the sake of beautiful views, you know? Yeah, we gotta make a knife. And I have to start out by trying to find some cattails. 5:15, couldn't sleep. God damn, buddy. All right, let's zoom out. And let's start looking around. We have to start finding and marking resources on the map. And we have to start seeking out seeds as well. This is a really funky looking island to start on. Let's make myself a hat in case I stumble into a place where it's raining. Got it. And we need to find some cattails for boosted inventory space. That's a massive mountain over there. We're gonna go search the coastline over here though. Get a feel for what's around. Yeah, we gotta find and mark some resources here. It looks like things are happening quicker. I think that the earlier struggle of the game to load up all the blocks on my max render distance is over. But if we encounter any problems at all, then we'll just, you know, we'll reduce the block draw distance. Doesn't need to be absolute maximum, but it would be pretty cool if we could get away with that. It's a very good thing we crafted this hat because there is indeed rainfall right now. Anyway, I'm not gonna craft a basket first. I'm gonna craft a chest because I can actually strap the chest to my back. That's weird. My noise for gathering stuff is actually faster right now. I don't know why. It might have to do with some of the settings I changed on the NVIDIA control panel. Either way, it doesn't really matter. All right, de facto. Try to get a good sleep, and I'll be here when you wake up, buddy. It's gonna be a long day today. It was good to see you again. Yeah, we're gonna want to gather as many of these cattail rhizomes as possible because the fact that we're on an island, we don't know how many cattails we're actually gonna find. It could be a very low number, and I'm gonna want to condense all of those cattails into one location. My base location, right? And I had an idea of basing up like on top of a mountain, but then running down the mountain to get to my farm. But rather than doing that, I think I'm just gonna base up at the bottom and then, you know, build the tallest windmill I can. Yeah, I don't want to have to go down a staircase just to check my farm and my bees, you know? Geographically, it might be a pretty cool idea, but like practically, it might not be. All right, let's keep on gathering the cattails here, and let's make a little chest, I suppose. I suppose I could just make some baskets to start. Yeah, all right. And then we'll make the chest and strap it to our back soon. We're going to be trying really hard to find seeds of a wide variety here. All right, I see a crop right there. It looks like, what is that, rye or spelt? It looks more like spelt, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's spelt. Okay, we're gonna grab that. All right, we need some food. Pretty bad. We're gonna have to go find some, whether it's mushrooms or berries or whatever. Yeah, we need some grub in our belly. At least we know there's a bunch of cattails here. I found a mushroom. Eat it. Right before that first tick of damage could happen. I think it's Control F3 to see your FPS. Yeah, my average FPS is 60. Even though I have my render distance maxed out. So I think that a lot of those changes that I made in my NVIDIA control panel for this game are definitely bearing fruit. I never thought that I could have a maximized render distance this way, you know? Which is pretty cool, because like if I do decide to base up on top of a mountain, there won't be this gray little rendering area that looks really weird and out of place. All right. Now I'm gonna make another basket, and then we have to make a storage chest, which only requires a few more of these. I think it requires 24. Yeah, it does. Okay, so we can strap that to our back. Let's make another knife. Hey, don't be self-depreciating, de facto. Don't sell yourself short. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna gather as much of these as we can. I am hoping that I don't start getting cold, but we crafted a hat right away. And my character's not even soaking wet, so we might be fine. All right. I am gonna need more food. I don't know where we're gonna find more food around here. We found a few puffball mushrooms. I'm gonna grab up as many of these rhizomes as I can get, and then we're gonna set out. We got a few things on the agenda that we need to try to find while we're traveling. Chief most is seeds for sure. If we're lucky, bees, and maybe some goats that we can start breeding pretty much right away, you know? I'll only be able to pick up baby goats, mind you. I won't be able to pick up the adults, but it's still a good start to find some female goats and get that started early on. And I might be able to, as a result, have some dairy to drink by our first winter if I'm lucky. Right? All right, let's get out of here for now. We got some flax here. And more mushrooms, field mushrooms. Just in time, we need the food. I see blackberries. There's a decent amount of seeds in this area where I spawned in. That's fortunate. We'll see what we can grab up. My first Temporal Storm is on day 7. I could get lots of fish. That is very true, yeah. We won't have a hard time finding protein need. All right. There's more mushrooms that I'd like to collect. We got some rye seed. We're gonna be finding a lot of rye, probably. It's very common. It is a damn good thing that we made this hat, dude. Otherwise, I would have been soaking wet so long ago. And I would have been getting cold. I would have had to make a fire and warm up. There is a good amount of seeds in this area. I can't really see them much through the rain, but they're there. Anyway, let's move on from this place. Go somewhere else. We're gonna go down here and we're gonna search that peninsula over there. I don't think I'm gonna find enough parsnips to justify gathering them. They're usually a pretty uncommon crop, so we're gonna pass up the parsnip seeds. Carrots, on the other hand, we can expect to find a lot of carrot seeds if we're lucky, so we'll take those. Or flax. This looks to be a very large hill, but I could scale it. We're gonna take a look at the top. There might be goats to find around the area. Hopefully the rain lets up soon. Let's eat these berries. All right, I am officially soaking wet. I do see goats up there. I need to turn off the mist and fog effects though. Fuck those. I'm always so happy every playthrough knowing I can shut those off. All right, I got a female bighorn goat. Right on. Yeah, the picking up babies mod is pretty damn useful. Interesting. That extends over that way. Got a male. There's another one. Where'd it go? There we go. A female, 2 females and a male. That's like the best case scenario. Now, I'm gonna drop the knife for a second. Actually, I'll just plant these. Then I don't have to drop shit. We are going to place this on the ground. Put the goats in there. As well as the... anything we might find more of, we don't need to worry about, but... yeah. Alright. I'll try not to need those mushrooms. Let's strap this to our back. So, we're set up on our goats already. We found some seeds, we have our goats set up. Things are good, buddy. Hello, sweetie pie. I'm gonna catch the flu. It's already incubating within my body. Yeah, that's where I was yesterday, guys, in case you're wondering. I spent the day with Zuzi pretty much. Sat in bed with her, made dinner and shit. Made us lunch. Alright, I think we can get out of here now. Let's grab up these mushrooms, though. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello, buddy. How are you doing? Welcome to the first episode of our Seafaring playthrough. Alright, it's 7 p.m. It's getting pretty dark. As you guys can see, I have a massively long render distance, right? I spent a lot of time tweaking my settings inside the game and outside of it, trying to make that happen. I have my render distance maximized now, and my frame rate's pretty good despite that, so yeah, we'll get to enjoy being able to actually see the terrain very far away, you know? I spent like 2 hours fucking tinkering with my NVIDIA control panel and shit, trying to figure that out. Alright, let's pop down here, try not to get too hurt as we scale the terrain. What's the opposite of scaling something, I guess? Downscaling. Anyway, we may as well grab all these up. I need to make a bed. There's our bed, and I might want to grab some dirt as well. Doesn't matter which kind. No, yeah, I didn't go live yesterday. I was taking care of Zuzi. She had the flu. She's getting better today. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, buddy. Doing pretty good. Yeah, good to see you too, Triro. And, yeah, Seafaring playthrough. So, like, in this playthrough, we're using new settings. We generated oceans everywhere, and there's, like, islands, right? It's, oceans and continents playthrough. So it's gonna be very different in terms of exploration. All right, where do we go next? I suppose we'll just go like that way. But while we're here, I'm gonna gather more cattails and cattail stalks. I'd like to get a whole stack of cattail stalks if I can, like 128. But it is getting dark, and I have to make sure that I have a shelter ready. Make the bed. Okay. Now I can go in there anytime, close myself in, and get some rest. All right, let's get some rest. I gotta close myself in here where it's dry and relatively warm, and we gotta sleep. The 3 a.m. should be fine. We can get out of here at 3 a.m. Let's wake up right now. Yeah. Okay, 3:16. God damn, he gifted you the game today? That's fucking goated. That's dope. Right on, right on. All right, let's grab up everything from our shelter. We no longer need it. I hope it's not raining like this on the entire island. It'll make it harder to see crops and stuff. Let alone other things, right? All right, yeah, let's get out of here. I think I'll make a backup knife right now. Make sure we have a second one on tap for when the first one's broken. Okay. I'm just gonna gather cattails until our knife breaks, and then we're gonna head out. Seek out different parts of the island, you know, different surface nodes. I have a map now, like we can actually use the map. So, you know, it pairs well with the Seafaring sort of vibe of the playthrough. All right, the knife is broken. Let's go. I have to remove the chest from my back, put it on the ground, deposit the cattail roots and the cattails themselves. We have 111 roots. We've done pretty well there. Let's eat these. Okay, we have the chest on our back. Let's head out. We are going to head west. And we're gonna seek out seeds. Hopefully we get out of this rain pretty soon. The obstruction to our visibility won't help us with finding seeds, but at least we already found a male goat and 2 female goats. So we can basically get started on the goat breeding right away when we find a place that we'd like to live. Shouldn't be too hard on an island such as this. We'll have ocean access everywhere. I'm not too concerned about basing up on top of a mountain. you know, I had an idea. I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again for those of you who just got here. I had an idea to base up on top of a mountain and then have a staircase going down to like a farm and beekeeping area, right? So I have the beekeeping area at the base of the mountain and then my base at the top of it. But that's not really necessary. I could just build really high on the windmill. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Anyway, I am seeing some crops off in the distance. We'll gather them. All right, we have slate stone here. Grab up those berries. Field mushrooms. We have roughly 20 field mushrooms in our box on our back. We could add more. How is the economy on the server? I have no idea. Yeah, I haven't personally played in our multiplayer server. I'm a lone wolf. Yeah, surrounded by other lone wolves. All right, we got some berries down here. Let's scoop them up. I don't want to go too ham show on the food collection, otherwise I might end up in a situation where I have a bunch of berries spoiling. Okay, we got some spelt. I really hope we get out of this frickin' rain. Oh, hell yeah. All right, we might be out of it now. It's about damn time. I see croppage over there. Let's go check it out. Yeah, we'll just keep heading west for now. I see a massive forest over there. We don't know if we'll be able to find bees over there, but it is a distinct possibility. Great, more hail and rain. All right, that is actually connected to the main island that I'm on right now. Judging by the look of the place, I'd want to base up around here, because it's central. I can, like, sail south or north, right? Yeah, it seems like a reasonable place to base up. Okay, got some turnips. I don't think we can be picky with our crops in this playthrough. You know, normally I don't plant rye and turnips because they always end up getting heat damage, but I feel like now that we're stranded on a fucking island, You know, seeds might not be as plentiful as we'd like. And we may not progress as fast as we'd hope. Which will make for a funner early game for sure. It'll take us a longer time to get our shit together. It'll be harder, but could be a lot funner. We got some flax over here, that's good. Let's grab that up. Anytime I see a trader, I gotta check it out. Now that we have a map, I can actually, I can mark the locations of traders and stuff. I can mark anything. Even if it's like surface ore deposits or valuable resources, we can mark it all. All right, carrots. All right, we got a trader right here. Let's check him out. What are you? Agricultural supplier. Average FPS is 57, and that's with our render distance maxed out. Yeah, it's okay. Seems all right. We have peat right here. I'm gonna mark that on the map. Peat soil. All right. More carrots. I don't know, man. It says that I have a really good average frame rate, but it seems to me like it's honestly still pretty bad. You know, like it gets choppy. So I think I'm gonna have to just settle with having like a 1000 block draw distance or something, which isn't bad, you know. And maybe it'll still be kind of smooth. It does seem like there's optimization issues with maximizing your render distance. It says that you have a good frame rate, but it does kind of suffer a little bit, right? I did some research. I'm not the first person with a high-end system that gets like low-end results when they try to maximize everything. It's just the game right now. It is what it is. Beautiful. Yeah, we got a good amount of seeds right here. Let's get gathering and try to increase our holdings. We're probably gonna be basing up around this area so I can sail north out of this channel and south out of here. Something like that. Or I could also do the same right here, but then we'd have to sail around whatever's down there to the south. Yeah, with sailing being such a big part of our series now, we're gonna need a good departure point. So, you know, the center of all these islands seems like a pretty decent contender for that. Let's eat some of these black currants. All right, what do we got in here? 2 copper nuggets. I am the king of useless. All right. We don't need the feathers, but I did get some flax fiber out of there. Yeah, you gotta check these. You might end up getting some copper tools and stuff, so. Flax, grain, animal feed, right? May as well take it. There is stuff down there. I don't know if I care about any of it right now, but seed vessel containing rye seeds. Forage. Don't need the shale stone. Looks like we might have got more flax fibers out of that. More grain, rye grain. All right, let's keep going. I gotta go west. Oh yeah, look at those crops. We got mountains on this island that are as tall as the clouds. Oh, got a shiver. I can just barely outrun that shiver. If it runs at me, I think I can just barely outrun it. I'm pretty much, as the Orphan, I'm pretty much the only class that can outrun a shiver. Even hunters can't, I don't think. All right. Let's put the chest on the ground. Deposit those field mushrooms into it. Grab the shovel, put the copper in there. 44 flax seeds so far, it's not bad. Only one resin though, that's pretty awful. We'll try to get that number up. All right. Those are parsnips. I don't care about parsnips. They're not common enough to justify gathering. Good amount of flax here, buddy. And it looks like we got some red clay here, so I'm gonna mark this node. Okay, we're gonna pick up as many sticks as we can. By the end of our exploration, we might have like 2 stacks, right? Got some resin. More carrots. I don't need those. All right, let's eat. Oh shit. I'm getting shot at. Okay. All right. So where to now? We can explore south. That area looks kind of dry, but it might be a good idea to cut through the woods and pick up as many sticks as we can while we travel south. But I do feel like there might be more seeds around here that I'd be wise to try and collect. Make a harbor? Damn straight, buddy. Okay. All right, we got carrots over here. More seeds. All right, I might want to log out and log back in ever since I reduced my block render distance. Yeah, we're gonna keep it at 1,000, but I'm probably gonna want to dump all of the loaded textures that there were when it was like really high, right? Because we had that shit cranked up at like 1,500 for a while. Yeah, we're gonna quickly log out and log back in. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Seven Sky. Take care for now, buddy. All right, let's close the game, do a nice little data dump. All right. Here we are. I see more seeds over there. And not really seeing any off in that direction. Might be time to cut through the woods, but I see a pine forest over there. We could try to get resin and sticks as we continue to head south. What is that? Parsnips? Yeah, we don't need parsnips. All right, let's come out of this with as much resin as possible. I see wolves. Looks like we got a trader over there. I'm gonna have to check what that is. If it's a treasure hunter, we have to mark it. So far, so good, though, man, on that resin. We got a good number. Gotta get that number up. All right, where's the guy? Are you a treasure hunter or what? Nope. Agricultural supplier. All right, let's continue south. Are there any seeds around this area? We got rain. Here we go. I am stoked that we already found some breeding goats, man. That is good news. And if we check a couple of the mountain peaks, we might end up finding more breeding goats of the same type. We found 2 bighorn females and 1 bighorn male. So that's gonna be what we seek out more of, is that type. They like flax grain, so just having them gives us a use for all of our flax grain. Multiple females and 1 male ensures, you know, I can synchronize their baby-making efforts. Let's take a look around here. I see spelt. More crops over there, I think. And turnips right here. Flax, no less. Hell yeah. That's 65 flax seeds so far. That's great. And we got breeding goats. Everything is coming up Millhouse, boys. Let's keep looking around. This is a flax-rich field right here. Hello, Patrick. Hello, buddy. What do you mean? You'll have to be more specific about your question. Hello, Butterman. Hello, Chris. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. I heard you gifted someone Vintage Story. That was awfully kind of you, man. Hell yeah. Apparently, we got 4 new people in that server today. That's what Toast was telling me before he went to bed. What else we got around here? So happy we found breeding goats, dude. Here we go, more flax. Lots of flax in this field. We got to take advantage of it while we're here. All right. Now, alternatively, I could base up around here and go east and west to get out of the island chain. Over time, we'll get a better idea of what's around, but we should visit that mountain to the south, because there could be goats up there. Bighorn goats, get more females going. Did I die or just start over? Which attempt? Are you talking about the previous, like, a couple days ago, I did like an island episode 1, but I wanted to restart after that. And before that, you know, we had that super long series. Are you talking about that one? I just wanted to restart after that super long series. And I wanted to restart with a world that was generated to have more oceans and continents, so I could use sailing as my primary form of travel rather than the elk. Right now, I can put the elk into a sailboat and I can actually sail to my quest destinations instead of relying on the elk. It'll be a lot less tedious, a lot more fun. You know, we'll get to sail to different distant lands. Give us that seafaring vibe. I might undo the changes that I made to my NVIDIA control panel though. It seems to cause more micro stuttering, not less. It was worth trying to change it, but all right. We'll do that later though. For now, it's like serviceably fine. It's barely noticeable. Okay, we're doing much better on resin now. We've gathered a whole bunch of it. Whole bunch. All right, let's put our chest down and chuck these mushrooms in there. We're building up a good supply of field mushrooms. All right, let's mark this clay right here. Clay gets this icon right here, red clay. We're not getting any more seeds here, but we might be able to get more goats. Let's start ascending one of these mountains and take a look. We're looking for bighorn specifically. We need bighorn goats. We got 2 females and 1 male. Let's eat these turnips. It's getting late again. But honestly, we don't need to travel that much. We already have a good amount of starting seeds. I could make do with what we've got right now and just call it a day. Be nice to find surface copper, but the sooner I start panning, the sooner that doesn't even matter, right? All right, let's try to track down some goats. The tallest peak of the tallest mountain. Not really seeing much besides some foxes up here. We are literally touching the clouds at a height like this. Our height is 220, dude. This is as high as it gets. All right, so over here looks pretty cool. We're gonna go check that place out. Hell yeah. We don't need to base up in a mountain. I gave that a second thought. We don't need to. I thought about basing up on top of a mountain and then having a path that goes down the mountain to where my farm is and stuff. But it just seems kind of pointless. You know, like more trouble than it's worth type thing. We're just gonna build a higher windmill, and then we can have the wind strength that we want and the climate that we want for crops without having to choose one or the other. I am loving the longer render distance that I'm using though. I bumped it up to like 1,000. It was 1,500 when we started, but I feel like 1,000 is a perfect middle ground. Anyway, let's try to safely get down from here without too much broken leggage, you know? We're gonna have to get a little bit of rest soon. We got another trader. Let's see if it's a treasure hunter. And then I gotta go that way, go west. Building materials trader. All right. Yeah, we're gonna want to get ready for sleep real soon here. So let's put the chest on the ground. Grab the bed. Put it down. All right, we have our sleeping spot figured out. And I'm pretty much gonna want to go to sleep right now. You got a copper pickaxe, eh? Right on, buddy. Right on. That's quite a milestone. Tell you the truth, getting a copper pickaxe feels better than getting a steel one, right? That first time you hit the metal age, it's and that's true for every playthrough after your first as well. Like I always feel more excited when I get a copper pickaxe than I do at any other point in the game. Not to say the other points of the game aren't always like pretty exciting, but there's something about that first metal tool that just, buddy, it hits different. All right, it is now a new day. Let's set out. I'm gonna start gathering a bunch of vines for rope. While I also try to pick up sticks off the ground. Any jaunt through any forest can accomplish that, but I have to be very careful of wolves and bears and be ready to run with considerable mental alacrity at my back. If I get stuck on a bunch of bushes, that's a death sentence, right? So Got Valet's goats over there. We're gonna eat these cranberries. Really fill up on them. We're gonna save these mushrooms because they have like the longest spoil timer out of everything that we're foraging for, right? There's no sense on filling up on mushrooms if I have berries in the inventory, and if I can find more berries. Yeah, these are good emergency food for later. We got another sap right here, let's grab that. If we found spelt, that means we got at least a shot of finding flax. Wait, peat soil. I knew it. Don't need the parsnips. I will take those onions. There's more peat soil over here. We're gonna mark this. All right. So right here would be a good place to base up. For example, we can sail north and we can sail south. Yeah, we got good places. Anywhere where you can sail in 2 cardinal directions, I'd say, is pretty much optimal, you know? That place looks like it's got a lot of flat terrain. I don't know, should I go check out that little island over there? Let's continue heading this way. Ideally, I'll be able to go like northwest and south, or like northwest and east, right? However, no matter what, we are gonna end up having to sail around islands. That's part of the fun of it, actually. We're gonna be weaving through a bunch of islands on the regular. All right, let's pop down here. More flax right here. We gotta be nearing like 100 seeds now. Damn straight, we're at 89. That's a great number, dude. Here we go, more resin. Yeah, I didn't even have a cup of coffee yesterday. I took care of Zuzi. You know, I made us lunch, made us dinner, that sort of thing. I vegged in bed with her all day because she has the flu. And I didn't have a coffee. I had a headache all day. The proof of my addiction. So today, I'm enjoying a coffee again. Yeah, I gotta satisfy the addiction instead of fighting it. It's futile. All right, grab the onions over here. Nice. There's a lot of seeds in a dense little cluster right here. I like it, buddy. I like it. Good spot to be. Real good spot to be. I think I see more carrots over there, in fact. Turn it. Onions. You found 24 copper nuggets in a single area. That's a massive, massive field. And if you go underneath that, then there's more. Yeah, remember where you found those nuggets, because that usually means you're talking you found copper nuggets on the ground, right? That would be a surface deposit, which means that if you dig below where you found the nuggets, you'll find a shitload more. You just need a pickaxe to harvest it all. And a hammer to break the nuggets that you mine out of it. Beautiful. Okay. Now, wonder what's over here. We're pretty much looking for a base location right now. I'm thinking I might go over here. There's nice flat ground. I don't know what it looks like yet. Over there, there's an interesting looking mountain, but the terrain doesn't look very flat around here. And I feel like flat terrain is what you look for when you're looking for a good base, you know what I mean? However, we also need some forestry, some trees nearby. Like over here seems like the best place, right? Because I can sail east that way, I can go west that way, north up here, but I only have the one boat. That's the issue. We're looking for the most narrow strip possible with the most departure points possible. And just to get a sense of the scale, yeah, this looks small, but it's actually quite a stretch. Quite a stretch indeed. You can't like pick up a boat, right? Can you pick up a sailboat? Vintage store, I highly doubt it. You can deconstruct it to get a portion of the materials back, but that's it. That's it, buddy. So, yeah, we might want to get into the habit of digging little channels for departure. Something like that. So yeah, the same methodology applies. If I was based up right here, for example, I could sail east and west and north and kind of south, because I could weave through those islands, right? So right here is looking good. I don't know what it looks like terrain-wise, but we could check it out, you know? And we're gonna look for various places like that. If I base up here, going east is kind of harder. If I go here, then I can technically go north. west, south, and east. We just don't know what that looks like over there. We could take a look, though. Doesn't look very flat. All right. Another thing to consider is that maybe I could base up on one of the smaller islands. But we're definitely going to want to be on the northern or the southern part of all of this. The northern or the southern part. Yeah. So we're just going to go take a look over here and see what's what. I'm good with our resource collection already. Like, I feel like if we settled down now, we'd be fine. We have a lot of flax seeds. I have breeding goats, you know, breeding pairs. I have 2 females and a male of the same kind of goat, so yeah. At this point, it's just about finding a place where we can sail in 3 different directions. That doesn't look half bad, which is a tall order. I'm worried that I might get like analysis paralysis, right? Where I find it hard to decide on a place and I start to like spiral in that one decision. Because it takes a long time to run somewhere and take a look at another location. But we're not gonna paint the devil on the wall yet. That might not even come to pass. We have to go south of here. An important thing to remember is if I ever need to cut down trees or whatever, like we can sail to a different island. You know, I don't need to worry too much about where my wood and stuff comes from. And we can always explore this island too. Finding bees could be pretty hard here. I'm probably gonna have to rely on like having a dedicated winery, but you know, for my fruit nutrition. But I did just find copper nuggets on the surface, which is really nice. We're gonna mark that right here. It doesn't seem too small. It's a decent sized vein. Let's mark that. Copper nuggets. There we go. Let's finish these cranberries real quick. And we're gonna traipse through this forest. I'm gonna try to gather as many sticks as I can. That's a boar. Considerably sized forest here. If I heard bees, I'd get super stoked. Oh my god. I just found bees. It fucking happened. Okay, yeah. Oh god, get the fuck out of here. You dick. Oh my god. Okay. I found them though. Anyway, I'll try to lose those boars so I can mark the bees. They were right here. I think. I don't know, somewhere around here. Really, dude? Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna kill these boars, like all of them. I will murder them all. Alright. Straight up. What, are they not still coming? It must be because I got too close to their baby, but now I'm gonna have to heal. It's a matter of life and death at this point. I'm gonna need to try to get some horsetail and craft some bandages. God, I don't even want to open my fucking map, dude. It's a death trap right now. Pete is the star. Okay, now let's go get some healing and try to sneak past those assholes. I gotta leave my camera third person. I can't get caught off guard again. Okay, that's a full heal. Grab the chest, equip it. Yeah, they're around here. Bees. There we go. I found and marked bees. Let's get out of here. I'll keep on healing. Telling you, man, boars are the most dangerous early game creature. Not literally. Oh my fucking god. You see that? You see that shit? I'm just minding my own business, doing my own thing. I saw flax seeds when I was running away from the boars, though. Where are those? Right here. I'm gonna take those. Yeah, and then there's another ninja, just like right there. All right, let's keep on traveling south. There's a bunch of boars here, though. Like, there's good hunting in this forest. We found bees. We found copper. Nuggets. It's a good place to settle down if we could find a, you know, look at that. I mean, look at that place right there. That might, it's nice and flat. It doesn't have that many good departure points, but we're still gonna just take a look around the peninsula. Maybe we'll find a good multi-direction departure point. This definitely seems like the place. Every now and then, you know, you gotta select a location and run with it. All right, so taking a look here, everything's right there, right? We can either base up down here at that peninsula or over, honestly, yeah, that peninsula seems like the best call. The question is, can I sail around this right here? Because if I base up here, then I can sail north to go around there, potentially west to go around there, but right, then I can't go east. If I base up here, that's the best, like right here at that edge. So we're gonna check out that edge right there. Yeah, we gotta think in those terms, right? Departure points and ease of travel for sailing. That's everything. Yeah, if you can find where you got those copper nuggets again, you should go back there and mark it. I know it's unlikely. I know that it all kind of looks the same when you're just running around. But yeah, that vein you found, it probably would have been massive. Massive. Could have got a lot of copper from there. But now you know, right? If you ever find that again, mark it on your map. I played without a map for a long time, but anytime I found something like that, I would build a little pillar of dirt so that I would always know where it was. It's one of the things I love about being a streamer is that I always have footage to fall back on. So like if I find something but I forgot to mark it, I can always review the footage and then I know where to go, where it is, you know? All right, we got some clay here. I definitely need to mark that. Yeah, let's continue going that way toward the very edge of the peninsula and see what awaits us there. Can I reach that without placing a dirt block? We'll see. Yep. More clay right here. It's a good find. I wonder if there's a button to like zoom out further from the minimap. I mean, probably. Hang on. Okay, it's just water. Okay, so that land right there kind of tapers off. It's not exactly flat. It would be a challenge to build there, but it would be possible. Some terraforming would be required, but these are, you know, these are all things that we are expecting. Let's go to the very edge of the peninsula and see what it looks like. $3 p.m. means that it's not going to be too long before it starts to get dark again. All right, looks like very disagreeable terrain over here at this peninsula. Very disagreeable. We can check up here far to the north. That looks like it would be flatter up here at the top, not necessarily down at the bottom, but we could always walk down to a dock. You know what I mean? Like, that is a possibility. This is another possibility, is this island area over here. We can check that out. Totally can. Yeah. Because that basing up around here would allow me rapid travel in multiple directions, especially if I could make something work sort of over here. You know, I could swim south through that channel, west, north, and then it's not long to get around this so I can go east. So we do have some more options to go check out, but we'll want to travel quickly and not get delayed too much. Oh my god. Okay, go. Yeah. Last thing I want now is to be getting stuck on shit, so I'm gonna move higher. I'm gonna make sure I have a good field of view. We're gonna run with it. Yeah, you don't want to panic too much when you come face to face with a bear or a wolf in a forest. You have to make sure that you can, like, run clearly and see where you're going. Alright. Now, we're gonna swim across the water, but I gotta make sure that there's no wolves chasing after me. A wolf could easily outspeed me in the water. That's so cool. The Farseer mod is going to be our greatest asset with this, because we can see the outline of islands off in the distance. All right, let's take a look around here. We got some turnips right here. Gotta eat. Let's make sure that we've foraged for a breakfast of berries before we go to bed. We still got a little bit of daytime left. Oh, this place looks kind of nice. It's very flat, very open here. I want to check over here in this area. That has a lot of really good departure points. And I like, yeah, on this island, we can sail like north, south, east, and west, right? So I do kind of wish I could pause the game while looking at the map, though. Oh, you can zoom out on that. Perfect. Wow, the minimap is very customizable. So that way I can study it while the game is paused. All right, fair enough. Good. So I'm currently looking at this area here. There is a possibility that I could dig a channel going east. It would take a lot of work, though. If I base up down here somewhere on the southern coast, then that opens up most everything to me. I'd be able to go east and then north, or west and then north. I could go south. I could continue east if I sail around this, right? So we do have some good options here. The only other option that I'm considering... Hang on. Yeah, I don't want to base up here, otherwise we have to sail that much further in order to go east around this. I would have to, like, dig myself a path through, otherwise, right? And it doesn't look like much when you're looking at the map, but that would actually be pretty hard. Anyway, I have to take a massive shit. A massive shit. Sorry about that, Chezzy. Yeah, Zuzi has the flu. I had to take care of her yesterday. She's feeling a little bit better today, so I'm back to it. I gotta go take a dump, though. I'll be right back. Chezzy, while I'm gone, if you'd be so kind, please let me know how you've been. It's good to see you. Oh, that was ridiculous. Holy shit. One of the slimiest shits I've had in a while, guys. Real slimy, real smeary. Not at all good. Enjoying coffee, eh? I'm about to have my second here pretty soon. Alright, so, that's interesting. That little structure right there, Huh. Yeah, the best place to build our base looks like it would be around here. But if I'm okay with doing a little bit of extra sailing every now and then when we want to go east, then I could base up around here. It just depends on the terrain terraforming. Over time, I can easily get enough dirt to fill in all that sand. Let's grab this shit. I'm standing on peat. Let's mark that. Anyway, here's our chance to forage for some breakfast after we've slept. After we've slept. I'm gonna... Oh, God. I'm really glad I can outspeed this guy. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Perks of playing as the Orphan. Yes, eat my dust. Eat it. Eat my dust. All right. Yeah, we gotta check out this place right over here. All right, looks like we lost him. And we can use these last two bandages that we've got right here. Yeah, that's the place right there. It'd be a very interesting departure point. Forest nearby. I don't much like the look of the place, though. So you know what? I think I'll settle with the other departure point. Still, it is nice to know that that forest is there. I'll bet you dollars to donuts we could find a couple sizable oaks in there. I might even... Yeah, maybe I'll mark that. Because we ain't got much else but pines over there. We have more peat here. Oh, that's good. That's worth finding. Peat soil. Got it. I think I might take a little bit of time to look around here, try to find some clay around this hill. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Chezzy. Hey, Zuzi. Chezzy hopes that you get well soon. Chezzy hopes that you get well soon.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, we got blue clay right here. We'll mark that with a blue star. Actually, wait, I'm using the wrong marker for that. This one. All right. There is a wolf over there. I'm gonna want to get some sleep now. So we have to lay out our little shelter. Let's eat these 4 red berries. Okay. Grab our chest, put it on the ground, and we can start settling down pretty much first thing in the morning. Deposit the field mushrooms. We have 58 of them. They'll be fresh for a while. That's good food right there. And then let's deposit I guess the ropes in there. Although the bed will be going in there shortly. Okay. Time to go to sleep. Not yet. Let's eat a little bit. All right, we can get up now. Yeah, we're ready to settle down. Finding blue clay means that if I make a beehive kiln, then we will have access to those cream bricks that I like so much. Let's eat. And I'm just gonna do a quick little jaunt around here. It looks like we have a trader over there, right? I'd like to see what kind it is. And I think that's red clay up there, so we'll mark that. That's what I was hoping to find around here. If you're a treasure hunter, I'll suck your dick. Artisan trader. Zip it up, buddy. All right, let's go up here. And mark that clay. Got it? What is that? Is that granite? Or conglomerate? Granite, okay. I don't know how hard or easy it's gonna be to find lime in a world like this. I've never done a sailing world before, it's all new. Is that more blue clay down there? Looks like it is. That's nice, yeah, okay. Wonderful. Massive vein of it too. And this is more peat. One thing we might have an easier time with is finding mollusks and seashells though. You know, given the fact that we are surrounded by ocean pretty much everywhere we look. All right. This place is nice, buddy. Would I want to base up here? It's either right there or around here. You know what? We're gonna base up over here. around the mountain, around the side of it. I'm gonna take these. These are our food for the day. These will keep us fed while we do our thing. Get situated. I have 2 females and a male goat. We're gonna start raising those from babies. And that way we might actually be able to start milking Generation 1 goats pretty soon. You know, by winter. We will certainly see. Anyway, we did a good job of staying on schedule in this playthrough. I do usually try to settle down by like day 4 or so. We gotta mark this peat. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it, hon. It's all good. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go over here and grab a little bit of clay. Yeah, that's our nearest red clay is up here. We'll get like 1 stack, right? Just enough so I can easily start my cooking pot, bowls, get some meals going. We'll be able to stretch our ingredients out a lot further that way. I can immediately start making like mushroom porridge, berry porridge, whatever, right? One stack, all we need. Not even, really. But I might need to make a new shovel. This is about to break. Yeah, you and me both, Chris. You and me both. And her too, I'm sure. Yeah, she's getting better. She's getting better for sure. She's like on her feet today, you know? Yeah, she was primed to take on a virus and take it on well, because, well, we do good supplementation, right? We take like magnesium and stuff, vitamin D sometimes, fish oils, stuff like that on a regular basis. Her immunity is supercharged right now. Still sucks to be sick, but she'll bounce back, and if we're lucky, she'll have some time off next week. All right, there we go. We got a good starter amount of clay for whatever we need it for. I'm gonna grab these cranberries, and then we're gonna head back to where we're gonna be basing up. Now, I don't need to build my base right on the shore. I can just have the boathouse on the shore, right? With that in mind, I'm thinking we base up in the middle of this field right here, and then I'll have my little boathouse down to the south. We do have a beautiful view from over here, which is gonna be nice, you know? You don't always have a beautiful view wherever you put your base. Sometimes you got a home of gold surrounded by mountains of shit. Spelt seeds. Rye flour, or well, rye grain. right, let's eat. Cranberry lunch again. Got a couple turnips here too. Hang on, let me get rid of this. The only thing I don't like about having your render distance set so high is that, like, when you look over there, right? That mountain has, like, its shitty textures. I wish there was, like, solid green lines meant to give the illusion of an orderly hill. It's accurate right now. It's accurate to, like, the several bumps in the hill, but it looks weird, right? I'm kind of hoping that they'll create some sort of illusory rendering for distant hills where it kind of smooths it out and makes it look better, even if the actual hill is jagged. Like, you know. Yeah, our boathouse is going to be over that hill right there. It's a great place for the boathouse. Possibly even my actual base. We wouldn't have a very good view here. Technically up here we do have a good view. I could have my house up here on this hill. And, you know, we can see that over there. That looks kind of gorgeous from here. Yeah, honestly, this looks pretty good. I'll want to fill in most of that sand down there, most likely with dirt, over the course of our playthrough. Which we could certainly do. For now, that sand is going to be useful for giving us what we need for panning, as well as a place to fire our clay products. So I'm gonna open this up a little bit. Yeah, we'll build a nice boathouse down there. All right, so the dimensions of my home. We're gonna start by making the rammed earth. Gonna need more than that eventually, but for now it'll do. All right, now house dimensions. Let's get these flowers out of the way. I can't really lay out my house as long as they're in the way, right? Okay. I'm just gonna use the boat to travel. Yeah, I don't know, doing like a base boat would be kind of hard, but I'm gonna use the boat to travel, and we're gonna have a very seafaring kind of oriented playthrough. All right, so do I want my house to be like fully up on this hill? Oh, hang on, we gotta plant that over here. I think so. Yeah, we have our house up here. I have a staircase going down to the boathouse. Yeah, as well as like potentially our farmland might be over there where the boathouse is. I could put my farm down there as well. Like we have options where that's concerned. We're gonna have our animals somewhere around. Yeah, we got good options here. Pretty good options indeed. The only thing we know for sure is we are building our house on this hill. So let's get the dimensions figured out. I need to factor in like torchlight for our starter house. We'll expand upon the house in time, but right now torchlight is the main thing. I have to make sure that it's easy to provide complete lighting to the home during, you know, temporal storms and whatnot. So we're gonna start with a little cellar space right here. Doesn't have to be too big. That'll do. And we can pretty much set up the cellar right now. Okay. That's our baby animals right there. Let's just put the bed in here for now. Deposit the mushrooms. Take out the copper. Okay. And then let's make hay bales for the door. Make sure it's working. Yeah, totally a cellar. All right. Now, we have to expand upon this. We're gonna have like a walk-in cellar. And then, what's going on here? Why can't I, Okay, something is broken here. I can't break... Oh, that's what's broken. Okay. It's because I paused the game for a second. Okay. Let's make another shovel real quick. And an axe. Okay. Here we go. We got our tools. Now, for my torchlight, in order for it to cover the entire base, I'm pretty sure my house can't be any more than 5 blocks wide. Easy way to find out, we check out that reliable ArtNat video. Yeah, ArtNat light. Every time. Every fucking playthrough, I always check this out. We're looking for the torch section. fucking ridiculous. Yeah, pro athletes eat this fucking processed and preserved meat out of a can. Look at that. You can't spell Olympic without retarded. All right, 1, 2, 3 block diagonal radius with a 6 block length. So really, we're just working within the confines of that 3 block diagonal radius. Oh, fuck. All right, let's make a quick spear. Figures, right? Low rift activity. But I think there's a cave over there that I might have to seal up. Otherwise, this won't be the first time we get harassed. Okay. Don't really need anything he's got except for maybe the flax fibers. We'll just delete that arrow. Oh shit. Fucking caves everywhere here. Yeah, if I don't plug those up soon, I'm gonna have to deal with regular spawns. So I'll do this and just sort of make like, yeah, that'll stop most things from getting out of there at least. And then diagonal lighting. Okay, so we're gonna put the wall right here. And then 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3. Maybe like one more out. So like over here. And then 1, 2, 3, torch. Yeah. And we're not gonna, we're gonna space the torches like 2 blocks apart. It may be a starter home, but your security really matters, so. Now we're gonna need a little bit more dirt. And I'm gonna have to try and get our pit kiln ready for the cooking pot and stuff. I should probably do that now. So let's make another storage chest, possibly even 2 if I can afford it. Yeah. I need 1 to keep on my back, but we'll put the other one right here and then deposit some shit. Okay. This one goes on the back. Close up the door, and let's get everything we need to make our cooking pot. We have more than enough dry grass now, but we have to get rid of this stuff anyway, so I figure why not just harvest it before we destroy it and mow the lawn. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Then I'll grab the corner. Because I don't know if the ceiling is yellow, if the monsters can spawn up there or not. Extend this. Okay. Get the flowers out of the way. I'm gonna try to have our cooking pot and stuff done for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to have the base done for today. And then maybe we can start forming like a lot of our big time clay products, right? Okay, let's put the dirt down right here. I have to eat. There we go. We're gonna need a lot more dirt. That's for damn sure. So we're gonna want to pick a place to terraform. I'm gonna need to cut down a tree and get some wood, so we'll do that kind of over here. Try to get these bushes out of the way. Okay, that's our fireplace. We need to make a torch, several torches, in order to keep the base lit up. All right, let's cut all this grass. I don't have any peat soil yet, but there's peat just down the hill from me. We just have to bear in mind that as we gather it, we're going to want to terraform to sort of fill it in and replace it, just like we did with the red clay that we had near our base atop that mountain back in attempt 24, I think. Yeah, same type of thing. All right. Yeah, if I want to keep on doing stuff at night, I'm going to have my torches ready. We're going to need a torch also to light the charcoal kiln. Sorry, the clay making for the cooking pot and shit. Let's get rid of this. All right. 1, 2, and then over. So we need this, like that. All right. We'll need 4 torches to light it all up, but we will have plenty of space in here. I need a way in and out for right now. All right, let's make our cooking pot and shit. Okay. And then a crucible. All right, do I want to do 2 cooking pots right away? I think I do. I do think so, yeah. Because that way you can have multiple batches of meals prepared ahead of time. Usually the smart play. Okay, and then 5 bowls. So we'll do a batch of 4 first. We're gonna fill in all the blocks and then delete the middle. That's usually the easiest way to get this done. And then 1 more. Okay, let's grab all of it, and we gotta get this shit producing. I may not have a roof tonight over my base, but that's kind of fine. Let's grab some of this peat right here. We'll try to get like 64 of it. You guys hear about that chick who got shot and killed by ice a few days ago? Isn't that crazy? Fucking drives into him with her car and everyone's like, unjustified shooting. Can you imagine? Can you imagine someone fucking drives into you? Fucking, and you punch them in the face and then you get arrested for assault because they drove their car into you. You know? It's so weird, man. That is so weird to me. All right, let's delete that low fertility soil, head over here to the sand and prepare the kilns. We're definitely in that find out stage with Karen's. It's happening, buddy. Totally happening. Oh, son of a bitch. He's underground. I'm gonna need some dirt. Drop that. Grab the shovel. I'm just really glad that guy can't get out and actually hit me. All right, the bowls are in. He's about to hit me, I think. That landed like beside me, didn't it? Oh, this is fucked. Yeah, he's going for it. Okay, let's eat a couple of these. Put in the dry grass. And then the sticks. Followed by the peat. I need 1 more piece of dirt. And we're probably gonna have to kill this guy, otherwise I can't get anything done. Son of a bitch, he's just camping. All right, put that there. And then make a fire starter and some sticks. Quickly now. Okay, we got our fire starter. We'll make 8 torches for now. Oh, that was beautifully fast. Okay, let's take that. Get these lit. So we're gonna have our 4 clay bowls, cooking pots, and crucible coming in. 5 clay bowls, technically. They can't get rained on, they're safe from that, and the fire cannot spread to anything around it. All right, let's get back. We're basically past the point of the game where we're gonna be okay with sleeping. We're not gonna be sleeping much from this point forward, not until we have a lot of things set up, which are gonna take a long time to set up. If you're a mother, you're immune to the law, yeah. Well, I mean, she was a lesbian, right? That's like, a lot of people don't understand the divorce rates of lesbians and how much domestic violence occurs in that demographic. Okay, let's get rid of that andesite sand. I'm gonna need to find a place away from the monsters to... And I need to light all my torches too. Hang on. We need to deposit some stuff. I do have a chest on my back though. Yeah, let's put that on the ground. And then just fill it with shit. Empty the inventory of whatever we can that is not immediately necessary. Okay, and then put it on our back. And let's light the other torches. It just occurred to me it's easier if I just do this. Yeah, it's a lot of people don't know this. Gay men actually have the lowest divorce rates of all the demographics. Like, you know, we can say what we will about gay marriage, but gay men do it well. They have a divorce rate of like 20% or 25%. Whereas heterosexual couples have a divorce rate of roughly 55-60%, and then lesbians have a staggeringly high divorce rate of approximately like 87%. It's way up there. So it's like the more women that you add to a relationship, the higher the divorce rate gets. Isn't that crazy? It's because women are emotional, right? They have higher, what do you call it? Conscientiousness. They have more emotional susceptibility. Agreeableness and susceptibility to negative emotion. That's right, Susie. All right, now I have torches, technically. I may end up getting attacked in the night. But I mean, you know, we'll try to keep ourselves relatively safe here. I need to gather a whole bunch of dirt in order to work on the roof of the base. I'd prefer not to sleep, but I will if I have to. There's a lot of caves around, though. A lot of potential monster spawns here, so I'm gonna try to block this off and make it so they can't get out. I don't know if I've succeeded, but I think I have, at least with that cave. Yeah, well, and I think that the reason why women aren't compatible in a relationship is because even the gay women want a man. You know, like they want traits of masculinity in their women, which you just can't find. Women want to feel safe. I don't think lesbians are any different in that. All right, now we gotta put down these torches for lighting and try to start building the roof. I can't have any monsters spawn inside the base. It's well lit enough. Let's make sure that all these torches are immune to the rain. Right there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need to, I think, extend the base by 1 block, or I could have a double gate entrance, which is possible. Or I don't need to actually, yeah, you know what? I can have my entrances kind of off to the side if I want. Yeah, we'll put them over here. Let's make our gates. All right. We're gonna have our cooking pot in roughly 13 in-game hours, somewhere like something like that. For now, we have to continue building the base, put a roof on it, and then we have to do our clay forming, panning, etc., right? I could save my clay forming. Not really for the storage containers, that's non-negotiable, or the anvil. Now that I think about it, I do need all the molds for the Copper Age anyway. Yeah, we'll probably do it the same way we've always done it. Spend a day or two getting all of our clay forming done, and then we'll start panning right away. It's crazy how, like, the majority of the United States voted for Trump. He won the majority vote, and then you have, like, these people who are like, I disagree with the election, and therefore it's invalid, you know? It's fascism because I lost. Crazy. I do feel like what happened to Renee Good was a required wake-up call for a lot of people, though. A lot of, well, they operated with too much impunity against what the authorities were trying to do. The thing is, every illegal immigrant is a criminal by their very nature because they're here illegally. It's not really, you know. It just really sucks though, because what happened to Renee Good distracted everybody from the Somalian welfare fraud, right? And now everybody's focusing on Renee Good. Nobody's focusing on the actual, like, multi-billion-dollar fraud in Minnesota. Because if you look up Minnesota news now, you're not going to hear about the Somalian fraud. You're going to hear about some protester who fucked around and found out and finally had consequences for their actions, right? Well, who knows? Maybe it was rigged in Trump's favor. But I feel like even if it was, it's believable. Like, look at what happened in Romania, right? In Romania, the anti-European Union party ended up winning the election. But then the election results ended up getting vetoed by the World Economic Forum and overturned, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in 2020 as well when Trump lost, right? Romania is kind of a case study in how if the vote goes the wrong way, then the World Economic Forum is going to alter it however they must. But funnily enough, I think that it's because Trump had Elon on his side, they were able to work a little bit of magic there. One with the technological internet know-how, you know? Even if they did steal the election, it's like, I feel like if that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do, with Romania as the evidence, right? If they're just gonna overthrow the fucking vote anyway, we may as well leverage as many odds in our favor as we can, because you have one side of the political aisle trying to cause mass migration and, you know, with the backwards values that come along with the left side of the aisle. We don't need to get too into detail about it. I certainly would and could. I love to talk about this stuff, but it's like you can talk for hours about how crazy all of them are, and it doesn't really... Yeah. Never goes anywhere to talk about it, but I'm glad that in the United States, at least, ICE is doing what they're doing and that Trump won, you know? Thank you, Zuzi. Yeah. I wonder if you end up using less durability if you throw spears instead of melee. It's just I'm operating with a very tight space constraint in here, so. All right, we have a full roof over our base. Enemies can no longer come in. It's spawn-proofed as well, so that's good. Let's make more of these blocks. This dirt we'll keep for terraforming efforts later on. I'm gonna want a torch. Wait. Yeah, we're gonna want a torch on the wall in here. And I need to eat. So we'll eat some of these puffball mushrooms. We have plenty. Quality leering. Yeah, the leering centers. Oh, that's funny. My brother in culture. When are you going to leer? When will they leer that their actions have consequences? When will you learn? All right, we are gonna need new storage pretty soon. So we'll get started on forming some clay vessels tonight. Might want to close this up though. A cellar's not really a good cellar if your food's spoiling in it. All right. I should make a little campfire. We don't really have to light it. I just have to make it. Or I could make a pan, but no, we'll do the fire first. I need the 4 firewood in order to make it, but I don't need to actually use the firewood to get it lit. I think we'll put it right here. Or right there. Gotta make sure there's no more grass in here though. It's a fire hazard. All right. Put the firewood in, take it out, stack that on the ground. Same with the peat. And let's get clay forming. I now have a safe place to call home. 4 walls and a roof. This is it. This is the beginning of our adventure here. It's great. I feel like most of us used to be left too. Like I used to be the guy who was getting angry on social media about police brutality and phantom racism that didn't actually exist. Right? Like I had that white savior complex where I was like, every problem is my problem. Chiefly because I had no self-worth, no value in my life, nothing to set me apart. So I clung to activism because it was like a low-hanging fruit of self-esteem. Right? Now I recognize it was a fool's errand. You don't make yourself good by pretending to be good. And I feel like the simple fact that we've had a black president is kind of proof that America's not that racist, right? He had, that motherfucker, didn't he have like 2 full terms? And nobody killed him. So there you go, right? Like where's the dead Obama if we have a racist America, right? That's the question. Really? The main problem with North American culture now is the overcorrection. Yeah, the complete lack of regard for the culture that is already there and the erasure of that culture and the replacement of it. Well, it's funny. You hear the term all the time, great replacement theory. It's not a theory. Yeah, European culture is kind of being eroded, same way that North American culture is. We have a shitload of immigrants being imported, some from Ukraine, some being white Europeans, but the majority being non-white, right? Some of them being totally deserving of it, legal immigration and whatnot, but most of them are just abusing the refugee system, the asylum system, and then contributing nothing while taking everything they can. And all the while, God, in the UK, they're like fucking arresting people for having a problem with it and voicing their contempt on social media. Fucking crazy, buddy. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what's really funny, right? Everybody, yeah, that's a good point, Triro. Everybody calls Republicans the party of racism, but it was Republicans that ended slavery. It's so easy to forget that. And it's like, everybody says America's this big racist country, but we literally spearheaded, Republican white people spearheaded the effort to end slavery. Like, that's what's really amazing about it. It truly is Orwellian doublethink to call North Americans or Europeans racist. It really is. You have to reject the truth of your eyes and ears in order to come to the conclusion that Europeans and North Americans are racist. We're gonna have to eat more again. I still have a lot of mushrooms. I'd prefer not to eat them. We have daylight out there though, and I have 3 of these storage vessels done, so we're gonna go set those up for production. Let's deposit some stuff in the basket here. Flax fibers, resin, copper nuggets. We'll put the heather down outside. Torch, clay, axe, knife. Yeah. Let's collect that, put it on our back, and let's try to find some berries to eat instead of relying on... shit. Instead of relying on our mushrooms, because I'd like to save those for porridge. Yeah, we got some cranberries right here. We'll eat those. I think that throwing the spears is definitely much more forgiving on the durability of the spear per kill. We'll try to do that all the time. Now, let's get ready here. I'm gonna need more dry grass. All right, we have enough dry grass. We have enough sticks. And we got some red mushrooms over here. I think I'll collect those. Our cooking pot should be done really soon. We got some red currants right here that we can eat. Yeah, I'm really taking my time with this playthrough. I'm excited. Ocean, like a seafaring playthrough, is exactly the kind of change that I needed to make the game fresh, right? What was one of my main points of contention in the previous playthrough? Elk travel. Now we can sail most of the way and only use our elk to get a little bit further inland, right? It's much better. All right. I got some poultry and some feathers. Yeah, that is true, Tree Road. That is very true. It's ironic. It is. We now have a Karenostocracy. How would you say that? Karenocracy. Karenocracy. Yeah. Oh no, it's all good, Zeus. Oh shit. Well, I'm not getting that mushroom. That fell into the abyss. All right. There are extensive cave systems down below. That's more peat. I need to make sure this is marked. Peat soil, done. Anyway, let's go start firing these storage containers that I crafted last night, and then we're gonna have to mine a whole bunch of clay for additional clay forming. We're gonna want like 6 stacks of clay in total, quite a bit. And I'll be able to start subsisting on mushroom porridge, which will tide us over for a while. We're not gonna have food problems for quite a bit. Just gonna grab these berries. They'll tide us over till we have that cooking pot ready. I might actually end up trying the 1 stick mod in this playthrough. Essentially, it's a mod that makes it so you get sticks when you cut down trees, but you get more sticks when you have a higher tier tool, right? You have a relatively low chance to get sticks with like a flint axe, but it might save you some time with the stick gathering. Seems like it'd be a really interesting thing to start using. It just seems weird because it would kind of remove a lot of the usefulness from shears as a tool, right? This is another peat field right here. Looks like there's 2. And there's more there's tons of peat around here. All right, let's go set up some more shit over here. And then we'll go mine some clay. There's peat right here, and I'm gonna need some in order to fire these anyway. I need 24 peat, so we're gonna gather some, and then we're gonna mark it. Okay. Truly, I don't need to mark it that much because I can actually see the peat on the map. I have no experience using the map, so I'm not used to it, but it does look like you can actually make out where the peat is just by looking at the map. I'm gonna eat these. Okay. Let's get rid of the bow and arrows right here, and the small animal bones, as well as the heather. I don't need any of that. I'd rather grab this flax over here. All right. This sand is going to be what we use to complete our panning. Whatever we get, making our little clay firing pit here. All right. That'll do. Let's get these ready. After 16 hours, these are going to alleviate our storage problems pretty much entirely. Let's go get 6 stacks of clay. And that's not 6 times 64. We have double the stack size, so we're going to be getting 6 times 128. It's going to be quite a work order. Okay. Yeah, we'll have our cooking pot soon enough. How much longer? 2 hours, just about. Anyway, ever since I made a bunch of changes, I've begun to get some performance issues, so I am going to just kind of undo the changes that I made in my NVIDIA control panel here. Program settings, vintage story, remove. Yes, remove vintage story from the program list. Okay, so now it should have the same universal settings as everything else. Triro found 24 copper nuggets on the ground, Chris. I told him that it was a surface deposit. He didn't know at the time, but he knows now. All right, yeah, let's go get a bunch of clay. I am gonna have to deposit some stuff. God, the storage situation's pretty rough. Okay, let's go back to base real quick. I'm gonna have to make do with the inventory space I currently have. I can't get more. All right. My performance does seem pretty tanked right now. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't know, hang on. I have like a special link which helped me to improve my render distance. Yeah, fix for stuttering here with NVIDIA cards, and it did kind of work. It's just, I hate changing stuff like this, and I kind of wish there was just a one size fits all, right? All right. Yeah, save and quit for a sec. Optitime mod. I'll take a look at it. All right, well, we can try it out. It's updated. It was last modified on like December 10th. So I guess we'll do that, yeah. Give it a try. And if it works out well, then we'll just sort of add it to our list of mods. All right, we have Optitime installed, and we're going to try it out, see if it improves us. Hopefully, hopefully. Now, right now, the blocks are currently loading in. I have a large render distance of 1,000 blocks. We're going to have to wait until that's done. Okay, field mushrooms. Got a stack of them. Don't need one cattail. That's like definite. Put that down. Okay. I can get rid of those to save space. Make rammed earth. All right. I'll cook the poultry. It does seem smoother sometimes. It's just so hard to tell. This does seem better though. There are times though where like I turn around and I get a lag spike, probably just because I turned around, but honestly, the God rays are the most beautiful setting, but those also seem to cause like the most lag and upset. However, like my view distance probably doesn't have to be that high. I want it to be, and it was more or less okay before. But yeah, I find myself wanting more like performance improvements. All right, deposit that. We have the red wine caps. Deposit those in here. We'll need to find more food. I will take the red wine caps and deposit the andesite sand. And now our inventory looks okay. Not perfect, but it looks okay. Let's grab that, seal this, and head out. Yeah, I'm gonna try to have like a hard line and keep this at 1,000, and then maybe I'll try combining fixes. Let's do this. Do these changes right here, and we'll see what the finished result is. So we go here. I'm gonna save and quit. We're gonna close the game. And then add vintage story. Wait. Yeah, so in-game settings, max, those are already done. NVIDIA control panel, low latency mode. Ultra, default is off. And then VSync, fast sync. FPS limit, we don't really need the FPS limit, I don't think. And threaded optimization off. Okay, let's apply it, and then we'll hop in. And then, yeah, hopefully it just looks really, really good. I might keep Optitime in, so we'll put Optitime into the description of the stream. Optitime improves performance and reduces stuttering. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, improves performance and reduces stuttering. Okay, now let's hop in. No, I have my FPS locked at 60 on purpose. Yeah. It's I have my refresh rate for my monitor set to 59. The reason why I have that is because of OBS. Whenever it's easy to get like overloaded encodings and stuff if I don't have like a limit. My computer's strong, but not that strong. Anyway, this does look pretty fucking smooth, not gonna lie. It's time for us to get a shitload of red clay. As much as we can, up to a maximum of 6 stacks. I gotta make more shovels though. We're gonna need a bunch, in fact, like a lot of shovels. It's time for the real work to begin. Like the real work, you know? It may look smoother, but the higher your FPS is, the more noticeable it is when the game stutters, right? And this game is not really well optimized. It is still early access. So there's a lot of stuff that I can't fix, right? But this seems nice. This seems nice. I still have a 1,000 block radius, except I'm not getting that many micro stutters at all. It looks like having both of these fixes combined is like a mega difference. All right, the wolf did not continue to give chase. Let's get up here to the clay and start gathering it. Hopefully there's more here than it looks. Doesn't look like there's much, but we'll see. My computer is strong, but like, you know, it's like I said, like there's only so much you can do with an early access game to make it perform better. And typically what I find with early access games is like, depending on the game, like 7 Days to Die is very guilty of this. If you try to get the most out of 7 Days to Die, at least when it was still in early access and it wasn't full release, it was just a CPU melter, right? Major fucking CPU melter. And I'm always worried whenever I'm playing an early access game that if I try to push the graphics too far, then I might end up doing, like, shortening the lifespan of my computer's parts. Alright, so the real work is finally getting done. We're gonna gather 6 entire stacks of clay, and then we're gonna make everything that we need with the exception of the bee stuff. The bee stuff I can sort of wait a little bit. I'm gonna want to plant those cattail stalks I just remembered. We gathered a whole bunch, like over 100. We're gonna want to plant those right away so that we can start harvesting them sooner than later. There are a lot of cattails over here that we can gather. We'll make skeps and try to get them populated, but I might want to actually disable the fucking golden combs mod. Like it's just a really poorly optimized mod, and it breaks the ability for bees to populate neighboring skeps. Every single time for me. I don't know why it works for other people, but every time I try to have the bees spread and populate neighboring skeps, it just doesn't work and it breaks, right? And I end up having to go into creative to fix it. So what I might try to do is uninstall the golden combs mod until all of my skeps are filled, and then I'll turn it back on. And then we can make our stuff for actually, like, the ceramic clay hives and honey pots. Anyway, this was a tiny ass node of red clay. It's pretty much all gone. I'm at half of my quota. Not really sure where I can find more red clay. There's none here. I would have to actually swim across the water. We have blue clay, but that's about it. I don't know what red clay looks like on the map. Anyway, let's eat these red wine caps. I may end up getting lucky and seeing more red clay just like around this mountain area. We'll see. I'll take a look, and if not, it's at least a chance to get more berries, you know? Yeah, hopefully we can find more red clay around here. We have to go decently far in order to find more. I have blue clay, but I'm saving that for when I start making my cream bricks. We'll grab this while we're here. Oh yeah, don't use a crude door, buddy. Just use a wattle gate instead. Yeah, the wattle gate is better for that. Basically, you just need to put sticks like this, and then a knife, right? Wattle gate. It won't break, and it keeps the monsters out. But you can't use the wattle gate for your cellar. For your cellar, you're gonna wanna use hay blocks. They break really quickly, so you don't even need to use a tool to get them out of the way to access your cellar. And the crude door doesn't actually insulate, so if you have a cellar with a crude door, then you're actually losing cellar effectiveness. All right, let's keep moving. I decided to take a pit stop and get some peat. We can do some clay forming tonight, just not as much as we'd like. All right, let's see here. I have a bird's eye view. It doesn't guarantee that we find anything, but I'll use my far-looking thing here. Yeah, not really seeing any red clay around. See a little berries down there. We'll grab those. Anyway, we may have to travel further than I'm comfortable with in order to get the clay that we need. If I want it to be red and not end up having to waste the blue stuff. Let's take a look at a red clay deposit and see what it looks like. Right there. You can kind of see the coloration, but it looks very similar to what the peat looks like. That might be red clay over there or up here. We'll go check those places out. I'm gonna grab some of these cattails up though. Hopefully that wolf doesn't fuck with us. God, this is really smooth. Yeah, those changes that I made to my NVIDIA control panel plus Optifine, or Optitime, whatever the hell, they seem effective. Yeah, thank you for telling me about that, guys. It's working. Let's make a new knife. And then eat the cranberries that we got. You know what? I see more red clay right there. Right there on the side of the hill. Right fucking there. That's amazing. Hell yeah, buddy. I love this Farlook mod. It's really fucking useful. And there's more over there, in fact, I think. I don't think I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing. Let's get over there real quick. I might be able to get the last 3 stacks I need before nightfall is fully descended. My favorite food is a lump of fat. Oh yeah. Joke's on you, I don't even have a cellar. You know what? It's gotten really dark and it's getting pretty hard to see. Oh, what the fuck is that? It looks like there's a forest fire over there. Well, it didn't spread from me. I don't know what caused that. Should I try to contain it? Well, it's raining over here, but it's not raining over there. That's weird. Why is there a fire over there? That is so strange. I got no idea. I didn't even start that forest fire. That's the weirdest thing. The thing is, my bees are over there, so I can't really let that forest fire spread. I have to try to stop it. That's kind of crazy. What the hell caused that? You know what? Lightning. It would have been a lightning strike that caused that. God damn. I don't even know if I can stop it. But we gotta try. Who knows? Maybe I'll find more clay over there or something. Let's get the hell over there. The more of these trees I can cut down before they burn down, the more firewood that I'll have for charcoal later. So let's try to dial back this forest fire and get it done. Get it, like, gone, you know? I just hope I don't get harassed by boars over here. That would definitely slow my roll. Starting to get hungry. I wanted to go home and make some fucking food, but... Alright. Yeah, there's fucking drifters here, which really sucks. Kind of stopping me from dealing with it. All right, got rid of that burning tree right there. I don't know if that's gonna spread or not, but I need some of these indigo milk caps. They're the only food I have access to right now. I hope that doesn't spread. Son of a bitch. Yeah, he fucked me up. I'm gonna have to hope that's it. I think that's it. I think I got the forest fire pretty much under control. let's eat these. They're not poisonous. I'll go get my cooking pot. We'll make some food, make some bandages, heal up. I have 3 stacks of clay for forming tonight, and I can get more. I found more clay over around the other side of that hill, so we're not completely boned. No, yeah, we saved the forest. It's crazy that you can get a forest fire to just a random lightning strike. It's nuts. My health is not looking good. That was very dangerous. I have to be exceedingly careful right now. Let's hurry up and get home before it gets even darker. I'm glad we were able to dial that back and get it under control, more or less. Okay. All right, we have everything that we currently need. Let's get back to base. Random ass forest fires are crazy. All right, we're gonna have to swap out these torches tomorrow. Okay, time to make some food. Make our pan for panning. We'll store it on the ground for now, right there. And let's make our first batch of porridge. Field mushroom rye porridge. Get that lit. I'm gonna have to go a little hungry here, but that's fine, I guess. I don't even think I have any horsetail for making bandages, so our health is just gonna be like depleted for a little bit. I'm gonna have to plant those tomorrow. All right, let's begin our clay forming now that I'm safe in my home. Yeah. I'm gonna want at least 6 clay storage vessels. We have 3 being fired already, so we'll have more storage availability tomorrow. I'll make 3. It's coming together. We'll have our porridge soon. And then hunger will be a non-issue for a good long time. We have a full stack of field mushrooms, shitload of grain for porridge. We'll be all right. Yeah, we'll be okay. I'm pretty low health, which has got me sweating, but I still think we'll be okay. All right, let's eat. Grab another serving and keep working. As long as those bees are still there, then I'm good with it. I'm good with a little forest fire. It's fucking scary though. You just get a dry thunderstorm and it just murks an entire section of forest. I could make some armor. If I had the dry grass required to do so, I could get it pretty quickly. Pretty important to do since my health is so low. Okay, now we're gonna start making an anvil mold. I love making an anvil, dude. You can do so much of an anvil with the 3x3 setting. It really speeds it up. Really, really nice. You're waiting for your hammer mold to finish? Right on, buddy, right on. Hell yeah. Eventually, you'll get good enough at this game where you'll be able to skip making a copper anvil and you'll be able to go like straight into a tin bronze one or whatever. Yeah. The game is hard to learn, but everything about the early game feels so damn rewarding even when you get really good at it. It never really gets to a point where it's like, oh, you know, more early game stuff. It always feels very rewarding, especially when you get faster and faster at it. And you're able to bang out the objectives really quickly. Okay. We have all three of our clay storage vessels done, and we have the anvil mold done. Now we're gonna do some of the tool molds that we're gonna need. We already have the crucible, the cooking pot, our bowls. So let's do an axe mold. And I'm gonna try to be less of a hoarder in this series. Like for example, there is a certain point where you just don't really need your molds anymore, so I'm just gonna delete them when I get to that point. There's the axe, Falk's blade mold. hammer mold. I will make a Helve Hammer mold. It just means I won't have to smith the Helve Hammer heads later. I'll only make one. And then, you know, over the course of smelting 2 whole batches of tin bronze, we'll be able to complete the Helve Hammers. Okay, there's the Helve Hammer head mold. Pickaxe mold. Oh, it is nice to have food in our belly. We're passively getting like trickle regeneration on our health. And we're not starving. We know where our next meal is going to come from. It's a wonderful time. Prospecting pick mold. And shovel mold. I'm not gonna bother making the pins mold anymore. We're just gonna smith those by hand. Let's eat. Okay. We have most of our stuff done. I'm gonna need 16 ingot molds, possibly more. I might even spring for like 20 this time. Right? That is gonna be expensive, but we still have a full stack of clay. What we need the other 3 stacks for is our bee stuff. However, this time I'm doing half the bee setup that I did before, so we might not actually need as much. I'm gonna try to do these ingot molds the fast way, albeit the wasteful way. Like, it is wasteful. You're gonna waste some clay, but you can get it done faster. Yeah, that's way quicker. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right, we're almost done. I just got to do these last 2 batches, and then we can do duplicate layer to finish all of them very quickly. And then I think I'm gonna have to focus on trying to populate the bee skeps. I might want to build fences though and start raising my goats. I do need the goats to start growing. And the sooner I put them down, the sooner we can breed them. Start getting our generation 1 goats. That will be a very short task. I just need some sticks for fences. Okay, we have 20 ingot molds ready, along with all of our other molds that we know we're gonna need. Let's swap out all the torches, refresh their duration. And I think we're done for now, with everything clay related. Except for maybe a watering can. I will make one of those. Living in a hole in the ground. We've all been there. Damn straight, buddy. It's where we all begin. Hell, I'm really good at the game. I still build a dirt hole. A dirt hole is the start of your ascension to the Steel Age. All right, there we go. We'll set that stuff up as quickly as we can. Let's put the clay in there. The cattails I will keep for making bandages. Let's grab our cooking pot. It's got all of our food in it. We need it. And let's get out there and let's get some shit done. So, first thing I want to do is I want to plant all my cattails. I don't exactly know where we're gonna do it. Maybe just like over here. I'm gonna have to move some flowers most likely. We'll see. Oh, fuck, I have to manually cut the grass out of the way? Well, I mean, you know what? I guess I need grass, technically, so, all right. We're gonna cut all of it with the knife, get it out of the way. I'm gonna break it with my hands, but we'll cut it with the knife, because we are gonna need this stuff to fire our clay products anyway. Okay, there's peat here. Massive peat field at that. All right, well, we're not going to put the cattails over the peat. All right, let's get planting. Okay, now over here, same thing. I do wish that if you destroyed grass with your knife, it didn't deplete the durability, right? In order to not waste the durability, you're kind of incentivized to break the grass with your hands after harvesting it with the knife. Or I wish the knife had a setting where it's like the scythe, where it removes the grass instead of just cutting it. Like if you could press F with your knife out to switch between harvest mode and remove mode, where you would still harvest it when you remove it. All right, let's plant the rest. Can't plant any more than that right now. Gotta have it in like multiples of 9. Let's go grab 6 more from here. Make a new knife. Start a fire. Yeah, I don't think so. You destroy a hell of a lot more than just the grass. Okay, there we go. We have a decent cattail farm there. Roughly 140 plants, it's decent. And it looks like our storage vessels are finally done, so we're gonna go retrieve them. Storage is now a non-issue. And it's about damn time it was. Let's take these back, empty the inventory, and we're gonna go grab more clay. I also need to get a shitload more cattails for the bee skeps. Not a shitload, but like enough, right? And I need to start growing the goats. So getting sticks wouldn't be a bad idea. The sticks are easy. Okay, there we go. one of those is gonna have to be repurposed. What's up, sweetie? Okay.
Here, right, dear Muncha, or however you wanna say hi to her, like. Dear.
But how is the word dear like the same?
Yeah, well, just write dear Muncha. You can write it in English.
Moncha is M-O-N-C-H-A. You'll do the accents for me?
It's M-O-N. C. A.
Right, and it's the triangle C, right?
It's the hook accent.
So up and then down.
It's just like this. It's like
it's
a V.
Upside down triangle.
Yeah.
I knew it was a triangle. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we have a better storage vessel for the cellar. And all the food. And we can move this out. All right, let's eat. Now, I still don't have any form of healing. I don't have any horsetail or anything. So let's get out there. I'm going to try to get as many sticks as I can from this field right here. And I also need to get like 3 stacks of clay, just about. Yeah, we need sticks, we need clay. A lot of firewood would be nice. And cattails. Sticks, clay, firewood, and cattails.
And the kids are all next door.
Oh,
We're gonna have like a celebration and a weekend.
that sucks. Well, for all you know, they're all spreading the flu amongst each other right now.
Well, I gave Mom the card.
Yeah.
And there isn't the potential gift of a flu.
Yeah, it is really shitty timing, but at least you're here. Here for her birthday, even if you're sick. Yeah.
He didn't forget.
Yeah. We are going to want to start panning pretty soon. We found a surface copper vein, so I only need 40 copper as opposed to the standard 60, which is nice. Anything that saves us effort in the early game is welcomed. Our axe is about to break, but we can easily craft a new one. Let's do that now. That's a shovel, but we're gonna need it anyway. Tome. No, I don't watch people on Twitch, buddy. They're competition, you know what I mean? The streamer world is dog eat dog, and I'm the fullest dog. That's right. All right, grab this. We're doing okay on sticks so far. If we really wanted to get a whole bunch, we'd have to go to like a maple or an oak tree or something. But as long as progress is being made, I'm cool with it. I don't really rush the early game anymore because I know it's a multiple year game. It's nice to get as much as done as you can in your first year, sure, but at the same time, like, you're gonna have so many. The only real priority for year one is getting enough flax for sales. Everything else comes secondary. All right. Gonna go grab those berries over there. Tome is the best. One thing that's really crazy about moving to Czech is I have all these new names, like all these new versions of my name. Fucking Tomashku, Tome, Tom, it sounds weird. It sounds like they're banging a gong sometimes when they say my name, like Tom, you know? Fucking amazing. All right, I kind of foolishly forgot to deposit a bunch of stuff, but I mean, we're okay, more or less. Let's keep on gathering sticks. We're doing a good job. We just got to keep it going. Yeah, we're doing good. I'm gonna want at least like 2 stacks of sticks for everything we have to do. 80 sticks only covers 10 slots of clay working, so if I get 2 stacks of sticks, that should be more than enough. let's pivot for now, and let's go do some clay gathering. I'll get 3 stacks of clay. We have to map out the clay as well. We see the clay over there, but we're gonna have to add it to our map. What time is it? 3 p.m. All right, I'm gonna grab these mushrooms. We're gonna get rid of these wild vines. I'm going to go collect a bunch of cattails, maybe like a stack, 28. And then we're gonna go get some clay. Shit, we got a drifter over there. I'll collect more sand while we're out here. Mount that on my back. I have a few inventory slots open, and as I continue to use these shovels, we'll have more inventory space, so maybe I'll do the clay first and then the cattails second. Yeah, let's swim across the water here. Taco Bell. I tell you, buddy, I miss Taco Bell. We have a Popeye's chicken over here in Czech, but I haven't really found a Taco Bell. They might not be here. Let's fully zoom out. Now, did I see clay? Yes, I did. There's clay right there. Red clay, there we go. Pretty big vein of it too. And I think I saw more over here. I'm not really sure, but we'll take a look. Maybe not, but I'm just happy we found what we found. Oh yeah, wait a minute. All right, never mind. Let's gather some of that clay while we're here. I only need about 3 stacks of it in order to know that I have more than enough. We already have most of our clay products made. It's just the bee stuff that we still need. Unfortunately, this is a very large and sizable clay node, so we'll be able to gather from this for a while. It's been a year since you had fast food. Yeah, well, it's so expensive. You know, it's extremely expensive. Over here in Czech, it's not so bad, right? Because I make Canadian dollars, and the conversion rate from Canadian dollars to Czech crowns is really good. Things are still expensive here, but it doesn't seem as expensive as it was back in Canada. And every time I get fast food now, it's not really like McDonald's or anything like that. It's usually like a kebab or, yeah, stuff like that. Kebab, noodles. God, I really missed the golden age. I wasn't old enough during the golden age to really take advantage of it, but there was a time where you could go to McDonald's with $10 and get like 5 burgers. Fucking crazy. And that was recent too. That was like in 2013 or 2010. You could get a whole bunch of little McDoubles and junior chickens for like $1.30 each. Fucking insane, dude. I'm honestly kind of lucky that I didn't have money during that time of my life, because I would have been so fat, dude. I would have got all sorts of fucking heart disease and shit. God, there was a time you could go to Taco Bell and get a whole bunch of chicken soft tacos for $10 too. Five burgers for $5? Jesus Christ. They must be using fucking like stray cat meat for that at those prices. All right, that's enough clay. We got 3 stacks, we're good. Let's go get some of the cattails over there, but we have to be mindful of the wolf that was nearby. I may also grab some of these vines so I can bring a bunch of rope home. Large trees generate quite a lot of vines. I'm just waiting for my first bear encounter. When we get run up on by a fucking silent bear whose first noise is the noise of him hitting us. Oh yeah, large trees are fucking vine generators, dude. Get a lot of rope out of this. Anyway, that's enough rope for now. Let's go get more cattails. It is getting dark. I just have to make sure I don't have a run-in with the wolf over there. But there are a lot of cattails. McDonald's is highly processed, but I feel like KFC is worse in terms of reputation, right? Because everybody has like a food poisoning story with KFC. I know of very few people who have a food poisoning story with McDonald's. I'm one of them. I had one of their poutines once, and I started like vomiting in the shower, but I'm pretty sure that they put chemicals in the poutine so that you can't vomit it up. So I was trying in vain to vomit, and it was just really strenuous on my throat and my lungs and shit. It was pretty fucked up. But, you know. Where's that wolf? I don't know. Yeah, I'd rather eat McDonald's than KFC. Hell, McDonald's tastes fucking good. It's nasty. It's like fucking Franken food, but it's damn delicious. I can't take that away from it. All right, we got some cattails. I can't really get more without getting close to that portal. I'll try to grab some from over here. I don't want to be here for long, though. I don't even have armor on my torso yet. And if the wrong thing runs up on me while I'm in the water, that can be life-threatening. That can be run-ending, really. The wolves are extremely fast when they're running in water. I'd imagine the shivers are comparable in speed. Yeah, there's a wolf right over there. Let's go. I have 106 cattails, 3 stacks of clay. We got a shitload of sticks as well. I have 148 sticks. We had a good day, a productive day of gathering. If I can get more sticks on the way, you know, we will do that. Okay. All right, let's try to get closer to our home so that I'm not fumbling around in the dark looking for it. Let's eat these cranberries. And a serving of our porridge. I haven't really had to eat the porridge much today because we've been eating some foraged food. All right, sticks, sticks, sticks. We need more sticks. It's crazy fast to gather the dry grass and the peat. The sticks are probably the longest thing to gather for when you're doing a bunch of clay products, so. I don't have an axe. I'm gonna need an axe. Okay. The chemicals to stop you throwing up that delicious slop and reconsuming it, yeah. Oh, that's funny, dude. You found a mod that gives you more grass the taller it is? I'm cool with that. I'm cool. Yeah, the grass is pretty quick to gather. Yeah. Is that water or bees? Sounds like water. Underground water reservoir. This is unmarked peat. We are headed home. I do have a lot of sticks. We can start to transport a lot of our clay products over to... Oh god, over to the pit. Let's get away from this fucking thing. Alright, we're good. We're good. Okay. Deposit the ropes. The mushrooms. I do have a lot of unused storage space in here. But we'll use, like, you know, we'll consider using that later. For now, we got to get all this stuff firing. So I'm gonna deposit our wood. We're actually gonna make it into firewood and then stack it. I hope that's not a dry thunderstorm. I don't want another forest fire. Okay. Now, let's see. I'm gonna plant those maple seeds. We're gonna deposit the sand. I'm gonna be bringing back more sand, in fact. Let's put this in here. All the clay in there. A lot of space in this chest right here. Feather, resin. And we have some more reed chests here, so I can actually expand upon my storage availability with that. We're gonna put all the seeds in here. And then this can go on my back. Let's bring the dry grass, as well as a whole bunch of peat. And let's start hauling this shit over. It is kind of dark, but I'm sure we'll be fine. All right. We'll take this load and then we'll come back for more. And hopefully we won't have to deal with too many interlopers on the way, because I only have the one stone spear. Okay. We're gonna do these first. Storage is king, after all. I have to eat. And I have to make more porridge pretty much right as soon as I get home. And now we have a larger light radius around this area. Okay. That's the first batch brought in. And as long as it's quiet, we're gonna do some work here. Like if I'm not being attacked, then there's no reason that I should leave. I'll gather some grass. We have a bunch of sticks. All right. The sun is currently rising. Any forest fires? I think that's the previous forest fire, but I think that my bees are still fine. Looking at the map, they would have been up that way. Pretty close to where the forest fire was. God damn. It probably is a really good thing that we made efforts to extinguish it. Glad I saw him. I hate getting hit out of nowhere, you know? Alright, we are gonna start getting hungry pretty soon here. Let's try to keep on filling in what we have. I can kill him pretty easily just by getting his dumb ass to walk over the fire. Oh yeah. Was it worth it, pal? Okay. We are gonna need more room here, but we're gonna have to... Let's get all this lit, everything that we've laid out so far, and then we're gonna go make some porridge. I may end up getting attacked unawares. I do hear a portal nearby. Medium rift activity is basically apocalyptic sometimes. Okay, that's the anvil mold and all the ingot molds coming in. Let's get back to base. While it's still quiet, we gotta make our next porridge. We've passively regenerated the vast majority of our health after getting damaged trying to stop the forest fire the other day. All right. That'll do. Let's get it cooked. Oh, okay. Eight more slots. We certainly have enough sticks for that. Gonna need a little bit more dry grass, which I could totally gather while we're waiting for that to finish. And then once we have all that clay stuff firing, that's when we're going to focus on building all the skeps. I'm thinking 8 bees is like more than enough, you know? We did find that we had a very easy time staying on top of our honeycomb supply. Like, I had 16 hives, right? So maybe just 8 this time, and we'll see how it goes. Make another knife. Let's go get our food. Heat up. And I'll deposit these maple seeds for now. We'll plant those soon. I need to make sure that I'm able to take this cooking pot. All right, let's go. We got to set up the rest. Okay, there we go. All these are fired up. And we need to just make more rain-proof spots for the rest of it. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy enough. We have surplus materials too, for when we do the bee stuff. We're gonna try to get those skeps set up today. for the population, and I'm also going to try and hunt the boars that we saw over there. There were several boars. I'll make more spears. I'll make myself some improvised armor, and we'll see what we can do. With the carry-on mod and the ability to carry this reed chest on my back, I don't typically find myself hurting for more inventory space, but it would be nice to still get those animal hide bags anyway. All right, all of those are going. Let's go deposit what we can, open the inventory up, make 2 more spears. And while we're over there, we're gonna try to get a bunch of horsetail also. I may even bring some cattails with me to ensure that I can craft some bandages while we're gone. We're gonna need to gather more sand, but it's not too urgent. Let's leave the dry grass behind. Okay. The peat as well. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Holy shit, it's day 7 already? That's crazy. All right, we're gonna have to be ready for that. There's my improvised armor. We got it. Anyway, let's go get done whatever we can get done. Where the hell are my other cattails? I had a whole bunch, didn't I? Oh, yeah, they're right here. Okay. And let's grab some of the clay. I have to make 8 skeps, but I don't want to craft them until we're actually over there. We have food. Let's go. I have to try to get this done relatively quick. We'll grab some of these little shit flowers out here and use those. I'll use the axe so we can harvest them quickly. And I might want to go grab the dirt that we have in storage, because we're gonna need it. The bees seemed to be elevated quite high, so we're gonna have to build like a little platform with the dirt on it for the skeps. Well, for the flowers actually, and the skeps. Yeah, the flowers have to be close enough to the bees for them to produce and populate. And with the spare sticks that we have, we're gonna try to set up our little goat area. All right, we have 40 flowers. That's more than enough. Let's go to the bees. Reed skeps require 6, 12... 16 cattails each. We have more than enough cattails for 4 skeps. I think we wanted to do 8. So 16, 32. That would mean 64 for every 4. We have 128. We're good. But the time crunch is the main thing. We gotta get over there, we gotta get it all set up and hunt the boars and stuff before the temporal storm hits. And that's honestly kind of a tall order, so we're gonna head over right now, try to get it set up. Alright, where the hell are those nuisance boars that kept on attacking me earlier in the game? I don't know, they're probably gonna come and attack me. I'm just gonna start gathering some horsetail. But, oh, there we go, that didn't take long. Well, I'm obviously not letting it get away. We killed this one. I need to put my chest on the ground. Okay. Drop that. Put it down. Deposit some shit. I need the clay, but we can deposit a lot of this. Okay. 5 hours, 43 minutes before that storm hits. All right, got that. Killed another. I don't really know where the bees are, and because it's raining, it's kind of hard to find out. All right. Let's turn down everything. Weird. Oh, here they are. Okay. They're right there. I can see where they are right there. All right. So let's start laying out a whole bunch of stuff here. We need a bunch of dirt with flowers. I was hoping to have our panning shelter done before the Temporal Storm. It wouldn't take long to put it up, but I don't know if I'll be able to get it done in time. We'll have to wait and see. All right, that might do. Let's make our skeps. Shit, how do I make these again? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah.
Better.
Oh, that's sweet.
Celebrating and they-
It's very kind.
Yeah, we're down Saturday.
Okay.
On Saturday we're gonna something.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Oh, we're feeling that time crunch right now. Anyway, I was able to put down a whole bunch of shit. I might want to put down more of these flowers, and then we have to go and try to get a panning shelter prepared.
Grandma.
Yeah. I don't know. I can never just enjoy something that's been made. I always have to wonder what's in it. Wow.
Grandma and ask things reading.
No, that'd be rude, but like not eating it, you know?
No problem eating fried noodles or kebab.
It doesn't mean you should be you know, I'm not personally gonna be apathetic. All right, let's head back. We have the bees pretty much set up. I only put down 4 skeps. Didn't I want 8? I think I did. Okay, we're gonna go back up there real quick. Yeah, we gotta put down just like a few more. Let's try to be quick about it. One, 2, 3. Okay. Put that right there. One right here. Another right there. And then I actually have to craft one more. All right, we have 8 skeps laid out. There's a bunch of flowers here. Those should spread and populate over time. Yeah, let's go. We gotta get the hell out of Dodge. I gotta make a panning shelter in the next 2 hours. And I don't know if I can pull it off, but we're gonna try. Let's try to get home as quickly as possible here. Coffee number 2, eh? God damn. Too late for me to have coffee number 2. It's already 5 p.m. Well, coffee number 3. I look forward to tomorrow when I can have another. God damn, 2 hours left. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time to get it all set up, but I'm trying. Let's hurry the hell up and get to the shore. It's so tedious to swim when you know time is of the essence. Anyway, I could just make my panning shelter right here. I just put my fucking torches out. Alright. Make one of these. Okay. Place it there. I need a gate right here. Okay. I'm gonna need to make a fat pole. Make one right here. Got it. Put that right there. And then I need a piece of dry grass. God, we're getting pretty low on time. I think I'll have it done in time, but... okay. Grab that. Tool rack. I will place the tool rack... right here. And then... we have to go back to base. I need to try to clean out my inventory. We have very little time to actually do it. I need to grab the pan and some sand. We already have like 20 sand. I'll try to get a little bit more, but quite a time crunch right now. We got a lot done today, though. We really did. In the past 2 days, we've gotten so much done. We got all of our clay stuff firing. We got all the skeps placed around the wild bees. We constructed a little panning shelter. Like, we got a lot of good going on here. I'm gonna have to cycle these, though. Gonna take those, put that there, grab the sand and the pan. Deposit those. Deposit the dirt right here. And the clay right there. The fat. I have to light these torches because I was foolish enough to have them put out. Okay. Put these on the ground. The meat in the cellar. And then deposit the rye seeds right here. Okay, we're pretty much ready to go. I'll try to get more sand on the way. We only have 30 minutes though, like we're honestly pretty short on time. Yeah, the storm is imminent. Ay. Son of a bitch. Well, there goes the shovel. Funny part is, I think I have another shovel in my backpack. All right, let's get in. Seal that up. Put the sand right there. Put a torch right, I guess, here and there. Gotta stop the spawns. We might be okay as we are now. I don't have a bowl, though, for actual eating. That's one thing I forgot is a bowl. we basically have these mushrooms right here, but as long as I stay still for a bit, our hunger will reduce like 4-fold, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be a hungry temporal storm for sure. But we'll do what we can. Oh yeah, my hunger is just bleeding away. Kinda wish I didn't forget a bowl. It sucks. I mean, I would have to run back to base for one, and that's pretty dangerous, honestly. But I mean, that might be the situation, you know, so. It basically is the situation. I have to try to get home. I have to hope that, you know, a shiver can't really catch up to me. I should be fine in that regard. I'm too fast for it to catch up. I probably do need to worry about boat horns. And I need to really watch where I'm going, because if I run into one of these guys, they could probably one-shot me. Like the nightmare ones in particular, right? Okay, grab a bowl, and we should be fine now. Let's go. And really watch out in front of me, because I could end up running into one that freshly spawned or something. I don't know what's up with the graphics for this temporal storm. It looks kind of fucked up and glitchy, to be honest. Like that big ass wall over there. I don't know what that is. I've noticed that every now and then I have a really glitchy looking temporal storm that just doesn't quite work right. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, we can now eat this porridge that we have. It was risky, but we made up for it. So, I know that the From Golden Combs mod breaks bees populating skeps, but we know that if the bees work properly, that all 8 of those skeps are gonna be full by the 5th of June. So if we go back there on the 5th of June, because we have like our bees set up ready and it's time to move them in, and they haven't spread, then we're just gonna use creative mode to give ourselves the populated skeps. Yeah, glitches aren't my problem. After the Temporal Storm is over, we're going to want to focus on making it so that our goats can start breeding. We have a male goat and 2 female goats in bags. They're babies. We're going to have to wait for them to grow up, but that's no problem, right? As long as we have them, we have 2 breeding females and 1 male, which is all we need. We're gonna try our best to synchronize the breeding time of both females, and then we'll have 2 Generation 1 females pretty much at the same time. And then we impregnate those and we might be able to start getting dairy. I'd like to look up the chance to successfully milk a Generation 1 female. We're a quarter of the way toward our copper quota. Quarter of the way. We need 40 for a hammer and a pickaxe. I already have a mining site marked on the map where we found surface nodes. Even on Wilderness Survival, even on a limited island, we found some. Really good. Anyway, the Temporal Storm is pretty much over. It's going to be fading any second. We can keep on panning through the night, and once morning hits, we'll set our sights on a different objective. It looks like I have negative temporal stability here. So when everything has despawned, I might even want to dismantle this and build a new panning shelter elsewhere. Or I could go home. I didn't even check the temporal stability of our base, but I'd imagine if it was bad, I probably would have noticed by now. Yeah, we're gonna go back to our base. Our temporal stability will, well, stabilize. And while we're there stabilizing, we're gonna build a holding pen for the goats out of wattle fences. And we're gonna want to figure out where everything else is gonna be, like our farm and shit. We already know that we're gonna need a boathouse down there. All right. I can make a copper spear, which is pretty dope. All right, let's go back home. Most of our clay products are finished already. We're just doing pretty much the last batch of stuff right now. All of our ingot molds are done. We have more storage containers over there too, which I may actually divert and grab right now. Those are still going, but they are just about done. They're finishing right now. Yeah. Let's watch out for any pitfalls here. I don't want to fall due to the darkness. I can't really see more than 5 feet in front of me. And let's reactivate the music. And the weather sounds, now that we located where those bees were. Okay, we have 16 copper nuggets, just under halfway to our goal. Let's eat. I'll keep these on me for later. Let's make some bandages, carry them on us, although it does look like I'm nearly out of cattails. I can make 12 bandages. Oh, I was able to make more. Okay, I made a stack and a half of bandages then. We'll deposit the half in here. Andesite stone we'll put in there. Let's make a new batch of meals. I think we'll use this meat. Yeah, this hefty meat stew will get our protein score up, do a lot of good for us. Grab that shit. That over here. That goes in my back. And we have a spare chest right here. Which I guess we'll just put like right here. And inside this chest, we're gonna store our firewood for the charcoal pit. Now, I can't really see well enough to build what we need, like our holding pen for the animals and shit. So we're not gonna do it yet. Let's make a new axe, possibly many. Maybe that's what I can do right now, is try to cut down some trees. Or at least compile a good amount of axes for the process. Yeah, we're gonna want to start working on that charcoal pretty much today. I'll make 4 axe heads. Okay. There we go. Shitload of meat stew. We're cooking 2 pieces of red meat. I don't know if I need 2 pieces of peat in there. I totally might not. In fact, yeah, I really don't think I need 2 pieces of peat in there. It is very dark still. I don't really want to sleep, so what we'll do is we'll go and keep on panning. Oh, that's 3 pieces of meat. Yeah, we're gonna need a second peat in there. If it was 2, I could probably finish it all, but let's leave that here. And let's head over to the panning shelter. My temporal stability's in a better place now. All of our clayware seems to be done at this point. Come on, copper nugget. We need copper nuggets, buddy. How far away is that copper site anyway? It's really not that far. It's right over here on the other side of the bees, so we do have our first copper well in hand. So here's the plan. We're gonna make a copper pickaxe and a copper hammer, and then we're gonna go mine this copper node, and that's gonna be extra pickaxes and prospector's picks while we try to find cassiterite as well as copper, or malachite, whatever, right? Like copper or malachite and cassiterite. We have a plan. Okay. Stored everything. Let's put that back down. Anyway, the sun is rising, so if I really want to, at this point, I can take a break from panning, and I can head over to the nearby forest and try to cut down a whole bunch of trees. We're at over 20 copper nuggets at this point. All right. Guess I'll leave that right here. We don't need to take the pan with us. Grab that, put it on our back, and let's go cut down some trees. I saw some big-ass oaks that we might get. I just gotta watch out for where the bees are. Don't want to fuck with them, don't want to ruin their process. I'll get all the easy to access branchy leaves, and then we'll cut this sucker down. And we're gonna want to clay form all of our bee stuff. We need honey pots, ceramic pots, like hives, right? It won't take much. We're only making 8 this time. It's gonna be a considerably smaller setup, easier to harvest. Okay, let's cut it down. More sticks than wood for this tree, but we're gonna go find a very large maple or oak, and we're gonna cut that down, get a shitload of wood in one fell swoop. The wood stacks nicely, it stacks a lot. Every 16 wood, I think, is 16, 32, 64 wood. 64 firewood, right? I gotta fix this. Fucking hanging bushes. It's the forest fire. I don't know, this shit just sort of happens. It's some of the early access jank that you can expect from the game. Fucking floating pieces of trees. It's pretty annoying. Actually, here, GMC. Boom. Yeah, I can turn on creative and then I can just punch these. And I can punch them from as far away as I want so that I don't actually have to worry about cleaning them up like myself, right? It just makes it autopilot and easy. I can kill the jank with very minimal effort. We got fucking lucky. That forest fire could have ended up destroying a hell of a lot more of the surrounding countryside, including, but not limited to, the bees that we found. It's really good that the bees are still there. Anyway, we're gonna keep on getting these hanging bushes. We got almost all of them. God, look at all this. Look at that forest fire, dude. It actually fucked with a lot of the woods over here. Anyway, it's occurred to me I'm not really going to be able to fix all of it. There's a lot of forest fire damage, but we got the stuff that we could see from the beach. And I guess that's all that matters to me most, so. Okay. We're going to have to gather more of this shit right here for more bandages. I'll try to get a full stack of 64 horsetail. Let's eat. And where's the big tree? That's where the bees are. So it does look like they're populating, actually. Let me see here. Wow, surprisingly enough, all of them seem to have populated properly, which is honestly kind of crazy. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of our skeps are full and ready. Let's cut this tree down right here. Although that's probably gonna take these other 2 axes. God damn it, I don't like that. There's fucking thunder, but no rain. I don't like the dry thunderstorms around here. Oh, this tree takes a while to cut down. We're only 50% of the way there. I'm really glad I made those other 2 axes. We have 4 stone axes to try to cut this fucker down. We're probably gonna break like 2 or 3 of them. This is insane. All right, 10% left. Yeah, that was nuts. All right, we have 91 oak logs. So every 16 wood makes 1 tower of firewood, and I need 8 towers. So 8 times 16 wood. I need 128 wood in order to have 6 full towers of it for the charcoal pit. Okay, I broke just about 2 axes on that. Let's cut down this maple. If all we need is firewood, then the trees we cut down don't have to be the same type of wood. Can't believe I still haven't killed the bear yet. We don't even have like a full suit of armor or anything. So we need 128 wood. We now 28, 25. We have 125. So I really don't need that much more. A little extra won't hurt. It looks like making 4 axes wasn't really far off. I have 132. There is more clay right here. Not very much, but for what it's worth, I'll still mark it. All right. Yeah, let's get out of here. We have to set up our charcoal pit now. It is time. Let's plant these replacement trees. Holy fuck. Well, all I have is the copper spear, which can do the job. But the terrain is the tricky part. Not really good terrain for fighting. If I could find something wider and flatter. Maybe the reason why my skeps were always glitching out was because I was trying to get too many filled at once. Maybe it was because I was trying to do like 16 skeps, you know? Okay, we have a better supply of horsetail now. A lot of wolves there by the shore. I would kill them if my inventory wasn't so ragged, but that's going to be dealt with here pretty soon. Let's go over here and let's start doing our charcoal pit. We got so lucky, dude. Looking at the extent of the forest fires, like there was a forest fire over there a little bit, it looks like. Also more over here, and the bees, they could have been caught by it. Like, it's crazy that they weren't. All right, let's set up our charcoal pit now. I could do a 5 wide. I mean, I probably should, just to make sure we're stockpiling a really respectable amount of charcoal. All right. Let's begin. And at this point, I need another axe. This whole process has been like, it's gonna end up being like 6 or 7 axes that we need to make our first batch of charcoal. It ain't cheap. Okay. Oof. Okay. We need another one. This is the 6th axe that I've needed. We used 4 just cutting down the trees, gathering some horsetail. All right, we need a little bit more wood. Not much, but we do need a little bit more. I need 28 wood. Ugh. Ten more. This tree should do it. Although I might want to make another axe right now. This is the 7th axe. Yeah, making charcoal is no joke. Okay, there we go. I have 91 sticks. How much longer before these cattails are grown? 117 hours. It takes quite a bit. Quite a bit indeed. Anyway, after we get all the charcoal pits set up and lit, we are going to pivot and we're going to set up our pens for the animals, the bees, the farm, what have you, right? Okay, there we go. We have it all ready, more or less. I just need to light a campfire on top of it. Okay, charcoal pit is now lit. It is not exposed to air. That should be fine. Okay. Now that the charcoal is all wrapped up, we can start carrying a bunch of this stuff back to base. I guess I'll start with the ingot molds because they stack, right? Quiet day today, viewership-wise, eh? You can tell that, like, today of all days, I'm definitely not getting, like, I'm not getting put into people's autoplay. So it looks like around 60 people is just, like, my normal pull whenever I don't have the algorithmic support. All right, deposit all those. I guess we'll just keep the cranberries in there for now. The maple logs we'll put in here, along with any other block type items that we currently possess. Put the seeds in here. All right. Yeah, that's lit. The charcoal is going. It's smoking properly. Nothing's wrong with it. Let's go grab more of our ceramic shit. But first, let's try to empty our little tote box here. Doubtless we have something in it. Yeah. We have 18 copper nuggets. I need 22 more. All right, let's grab up everything we can. Okay, we were able to take it all in one trip, thanks to the help of that chest on our back. Now, yeah, let's start working on the fenced-in plots. We have to figure out how we're doing that. Now, I personally really love the look of that mountain over there. Maybe I build my shit sort of like over here. There is also the possibility that I build it over here on the waterfront. I'm not really sure yet. It depends on how much space we have, how easy I think it would be to fit everything, which it does look like it would be easy enough. We're gonna have a staircase leading up to the house right there, but it's gonna take a lot of dirt to fill in here, unless I want to put it like right here. I don't know yet. All right, let's start cleaning up, flattening the terrain here. I want to do it properly, right? All the terraforming and whatnot. Right, I have to make my ceramic hives and honey pots. That's still gotta happen. If I could find one more flax seed, that would be dope, because I only need one more in order to have 128. I won't overthink it too much. It doesn't matter whether or not we get it, but it would be nice to have a full batch, you know? I'm one short of a full crop plot. Yeah, we could work some magic here. Maybe I have my 3 crop plots over there, and then I have my bees over here. Type thing. And then we have a centralized staircase going down from the base. Either way, we're gonna need some of these fences here. For now, I'm not gonna lay out the garden dimensions. We're just gonna lay out like the animal pen. And it'll be subject to change over time, but as long as we have it, as long as we have the animals growing, I don't care. We can move them at will later on. So we need this to be appropriate dimensions, same as the garden. We're looking at 4 3x3 crop plots, which would end up being 12 across, which is actually, I think, 14 across if you include the outside. So 1, 2, 3. 14, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. Let's eat these. And then we're gonna need a wattle gate right here. We're gonna put 2. Yeah. And then we can drop the animals in there. I just gotta be careful. It's possible for boat horns to actually hit my goats, but as long as I'm not around the pen, we should be all right. They don't aggro on them naturally. They usually only hit the goats if they're targeting me and the goats are kind of between us. So let's grab the goats. And then we have to release them inside that pen. And I have to make sure that they have a sufficient amount of light where they won't despawn at any point. I think 2 oil lamps will do. Okay, let's release them. Yeah, we got a female right there. Got another female right here. And a male. They'll all grow up. What the fuck? Okay. Put you down right there. Yeah, we're good. Let's make another knife. Yeah, we have 2 females and a male. We're gonna let them grow up and we can start breeding them long before our first winter, right? That way we might actually have dairy for year 2. We got some deers over there. I don't really feel safe hunting deers until I have bear armor, but... There's no bears. I encountered a brown bear before. Where was that? It was near a forest somewhere when we were traveling around. I guess I won't worry about it too much for now. We're gonna need to get these guys a light source, well, a few, in order to stop them despawning. Oil lamps will do, but I don't know how much fat I have. If I have 2 oil lamps, then we'll be fine. 2 is more than enough. I do have 1 in the panning shelter, and I have 1 in here. I don't have any more fat to make others, though. Let's deposit our ceramic stuff in here. Now, if we leave them in the dark for too long, they will despawn, but I think it's like 5 minutes minimum. We have time to go get the oil lamp, get it all set up. Put that on our back. Deposit this. Got a whole bunch of grass now. 5 more wattle fences, which we'll put with the block. Same with the fertility soil. Put that right here. Wait, let's grab this. We're gonna leave a torch in here for now. And let's refresh the other torches. And then let's go grab this oil lamp. We'll put both beside the goats, and that should be enough light radius to stop them from despawning. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna want to have all my stuff set up by July. If I can manage a July setup, then we're good. That's all that matters to me, is a July setup. Anyway, we have our oil lamps. Let's head back and put these in the animal pen. They'll start to grow up and we'll be getting milk soon enough. Hey, sweetie. How you feeling?
Okay. Dinner's almost ready.
I could pop off of here, if you want to get cozy. Oh, well, of course. Yeah. I can have more good time tomorrow. It's not a bad time to chill with you anyway. Yeah, maybe the one with the Thai boxer or whatever. Yeah, check it out, Zeus. I have 2 females and a male. I scooped up some babies.
Oh my goodness. Oh god, what are you doing?
I'm just putting some oil lamps here, because if they have sufficient light level, they will not despawn. It's important.
This looks like a little pot of lava.
Yeah.
For them to dip their little Z's into.
Hoovesies.
Oh, they don't have toes.
Yeah, they're hoviezes. I think that they'll be fine from despawning if I just leave the lights like this. I really have no idea. But of course, if they do despawn because I don't agree with the existence of that mechanic, we would just generate new ones and replace them. So, yeah, we'll be fine. I'm doing my due diligence. I know about the mechanic. I'm putting that there as a failsafe. Let's see if I can kill this fucking fox. Because that would be more fat, potentially. We might get more fat from it. It's unlikely. Nada. I don't suppose I can instigate that deer's aggression. It doesn't look like it. Okay, let's head back. Anyway, the goats are growing. They should be protected from potentially despawning. I don't think we have to worry about that. And the time has come for us to shape our ceramic honeypots and hives. So let's grab some clay and get that done. We don't need many. We need 8 of each, which is, you know, it's half as much as we needed last playthrough. It's still going to be a lot of like clay shaping work, but not nearly as much as we got used to. Literally half as much, right? Yeah, because we honestly had way too much honey in the last playthrough. Way too much. Way too many honeycombs. Way more than we needed. So if we can save ourselves on the effort here, right? We'll cut our harvesting time in half and we'll still be just as comfortable on honey as we always were, so. All right. We're gonna do them all step by step, one after another. It'll actually make it a lot shorter and a lot easier than completing one and then doing the other and then doing another, because that way we don't have to switch modes as much. All right, we have to keep going to the right, making more until we reach the pelts on the ground. That's gonna signify that we have enough. I might actually try to make my own mod to change the music in the game. I'd really like to have like Darkwood music in here as part of the soundtrack, right? It's got that real creepy sort of otherworldly eldritch feel to it. I think that would be really great if I could get something like that going. Yeah, this is way easier. Look at how much less I have to switch modes, right? Like, we just rapid fire one after the other. Far simpler that way. And now I just walk down the line with the 3x3 doing these 2 rows, right? Actually, I can do 4 stages each. All right, let's grab more clay. We need more now. I'm just really glad I don't have to do 16 of these fucking things, right? I'm glad that I had a chance to have a full playthrough with these so that I could learn how many I would need for like long-term honey supply. Yeah, truth is, it really doesn't take that many honeycombs to completely cover yourself for your fruit nutrition for winter. Yeah, we just do this last one over here, and then all we have to do is switch to the Napsters mode. And that Napsters mode is gonna bang out all of the finishing touches on all of them. Really quickly, too. And then all we have to do is the honey pots themselves. And those are, you know, a lot quicker than these, at least, I think. All right, there we go. We have the 8 ceramic hives. Now we just need the 8 honey pots. All right, step 1 is done on all the honey pots. Now we move on to step 2. Napsters. All right, 3x3. Let's eat. So it is the 9th of May, early in the morning. Usually we aim for like mid-June or like right before July in order to have our farms set up and everything. And I think we might be able to pull that off. Honestly, we got really lucky finding bees as quickly as we did. And we also found a surface copper vein. These are very good things. Especially in a playthrough where all you really have when you spawn in is your starter island, right? Like all we have is what's on this island unless I make a raft and go elsewhere, and that would eat up a lot of time. So we got pretty fortunate, honestly. And getting those 2 females and the single male bighorn, really great. Really great, right? That means that we're going to actually be able to get milk in this playthrough. I don't think I could play without that mod, pick up baby animals anymore. It's really good. I think it was Encino who told me about it. And it is so useful, dude. Getting that speed down? Yeah, buddy. Damn straight. Yeah, I'm really motivated because I only have to do half as many of these. It was such a pain in the ass to do 16 honeypots and 16 ceramic hives. These are really annoying to make. So doing 16 of them was just 16 each was just extraordinarily painful. All right, let's seal that up. Deposit the small bones. Also the low fert soil. And the clay right here. Oh, that's a beautiful sunrise that we can see over there. That's sick. Yeah, that's nice, buddy. Okay, let's take these over and potentially set them up. Depends. Grab a bunch of this. All right, let's put this chest on the ground. And then we're gonna leave behind these couple of flint spears right here. Just so I have the space to take everything. Okay. Collect that, put it on my back, and let's head out. The charcoal is still smoking. Not done yet, but it'll be done soon enough. Certainly by the time we need it, so we can put it out of our mind. Okay. Put the chest on the ground, grab all that. Perfect. We're gonna need more grass. Let's go grab some. Also more sticks. At least we don't need like twice as much grass and sticks. And in the previous playthroughs, we literally needed like twice as much, you know? This time it's more tame. We're not going overboard on the honey production. We're gonna need a lot more sticks. Let's go over here. I guess, swim across, try to get a bunch real fast. Or I could, you know what, I'll get them from over here. Yeah, we got a bunch of trees close by. They look like maples. They'll yield us a lot of sticks in a short time frame. I need 13 helpings, so whatever 13 times 8 is, that's how many sticks I need. I know that 8 times 8 is 64, so then I just have to find out 5 times 8, which is 40. So we need 104 sticks. Which really won't take long, not if I have maples right here. The tedious part would have been swimming across the water, but it looks like I don't even have to do that. Oh yeah, this tree is branch dense. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, that looks amazing. Not bad for someone on day 3 of the flu, Jesus. You're bouncing back nicely. Incredible. Yeah, Zuzi's amazing. She's amazing. I like to tease her, but she is extraordinary. Sometimes I like to overuse the word hysterical. Oh, she hates the word hysterical, right? Anytime a woman is worried about something, you just call her hysterical. Tell her she's overreacting. They love that. Yeah. Or bust out the old Andrew Tate quotes. It'd be like females are barely sentient, you know, really get their blood pumping. Oh, man. We need, what, 104 sticks, right? I think it was 104. Let's keep on breaking these. We're almost done. Thank you. All right, let's cut this fucker down. It's time. We have a lot of sticks just laying around. I might even have enough here with this one tree. We'll see. No, 89. We're gonna need a little more, but we're very close. For one tree, that's not so bad. I gotta make another axe though for sure before I can successfully cut this down. And we're gonna end the stream right as soon as I set up all this bee stuff and get it firing, which will be like no time at all. Yeah, I gotta let Encino know that the pick up animals mod was like crazy helpful next time I see him. Is Encino in our server? I'd imagine he is. I think I'm gonna thank him in the fucking Discord server, because honestly, the ability to just find animals and take them home, it makes the early game, like, you can set up your animal farm in the early game, which is honestly really fucking useful. Because that way, when you're exploring and doing your thing, you can be like, okay, there's some babies here. May as well scoop them up before they finish growing, right? Yeah, we're just about done. Almost have all the sticks we need. In fact, we do have all the sticks we need. Now I'm just grabbing a couple extra for tool making. All right, Susie, why don't you get that movie all prepped for us? Okay. All right, let's head back. Yeah, let's get all this set up. I'm gonna try to hunt this fucking deer if I can. Kind of depends, though. I don't know if I'll be able to. I need to instigate aggression to do it, and I might not be able to do that. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Let's make sure there's no pitfalls around for me to fall into. And let's do our safe little bear fighting method where we just run in a backwards circle. Deers are extremely deadly. They don't look it, but holy shit, these things will fucking kill you. They have an attack tier of 2, just like a bear, just like a wolf. They're not nothing. All right, let's eat real quick. My meat stew is officially gone, but it lasted us many, many days. Let's lay out the sticks. Beautiful. And let's get all these covered in peat. And we should have exactly enough peat for this.
I'm eating it because it's hot and fresh.
Don't worry, sweetie. I will be done in like 2 seconds, and I will be cleared to eat devotedly.
Okay, I just want to eat while it's hot.
Indeed. Okay, we have all of our bee stuff coming in. We have 8 filled skeps already for them, which is astonishing. I can't believe it worked out on the first try and that the Golden Combs mod didn't glitch out. No idea why, but I'm happy. I'm happy we have it done. It looks like the charcoal is done as well, but we'll harvest that later when we need it. He had to leave the commune for personal reasons. Okay. He probably had gonorrhea. And it's like, you know, you don't want to enter the commune and then spread gonorrhea to all the other seraphs. Like, that's not cool. He had that gonorrhea-syphilades. All right, everything is fired up and producing. Let's head home. Oh wow, there's a fucking rabbit in my house. You have chosen death. All right, you know what? I will literally let you leave. No, because you might give me a fat. I have to kill you. Are you a fat rabbit? Come on. How the fuck? These things are hard to kill, man. They're slippery. Like your mama dipped in baby oil at a P. Diddy party. What? All right, there we go. All right, let's organize the inventory while that's cooking. And get everything deposited, get everything set up for the next episode. We got very little to do. Let's eat these cranberries, get them the hell out of the box. We don't need them. Put the hides in there. Seal that up. The bones in here. Maple seeds go with the other seeds. We'll deposit a whole bunch of those maples later. I could make another fat bowl, which I think I'll do. Smoke a fat bowl, you know what I mean, chat? As if I wish I could smoke weed. All right. Grab that. Make another fat bowl. Now I'll go place this next to the goats. Gotta tote the goats. All right, that's a pretty good amount of light in here. I mean, that might stop them from despawning, but like I said, if they did happen to despawn, I would literally cheat to fix it, because I don't believe in the whole monsters despawning in a low light level thing. Well, no, animals despawning in a low light level. That's, you know, I don't respect that mechanic enough to abide by it if it happened, but I will still try to prevent it in an organic way. All right, we have food. Put that in there. Boom. And we are ready for the next episode. We got our food, we've got all this shit. All right, we're set. Let's just refresh the torches. Where are my other torches? It's weird. Ah, there they are. All right. And in the beginning of the next episode, we can make our animal hide bags, because those just finished before my eyes. All right, put that on our back. All right, we're good. We are good. Everybody, thank you very much for joining me for a very eventful and pretty successful episode 1. We already have our ceramic hives and honey pots well under production. We already have 8 skeps filled and ready to be put into those ceramic hives. We also have 2 female goats and a male, all of them the same species, all of them gonna start breeding. Might have milk by winter, really. We may finally, for the first time in our entire history in Vintage Story, have milk to drink and dairy to get, right? So, on top of that, we have a shitload of seeds. We have everything we need for a really wonderful start, a good oceanic seafaring journey. Anyway, guys, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. I've appreciated your company. I hope you've appreciated mine, and that you're enjoying the adventure and getting ideas for your own. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home. And I'll see you in the next one. All right, later, everybody. Have a good night, Chris. Always, buddy. Always.